Same Green Protocol. I am Keitan. I'm a Hoxxes game developer slash VTuber, and I am still trying to recover from stress and making it sometimes. Oh, there's head tap coming in. I need those. I need many of those today. And Green Protocol A squared. Happy to see you here. This week has just sucked way worse. This honestly, this whole month has been terrible, honestly. And the heat has been making it even more terribler. That's definitely a word. Amy's nearly done. Be back there. Yeah, because I'm starting super freaking late today. Really unfortunate. I would actually like to kind of, if I need to go a little longer than I normally do, I think that will be totally fine because of how late I started today's stream. But I do wish I could make things a little bit better, but with how everything's been going, it's kind of just been whatever. Anyways. So, part of what we like to be doing today, we were obviously doing a lot of decoration and putting up some back walls and stuff in the colony, which has been going along pretty nicely. I do need to start getting into setting up some sort of Paku farm. I'm gonna be farming these guys. These ugly little fishies. We gotta be doing some fishing. Which is funny because we usually refer to Call of Duty as fishing. So this will also be funny. And yeah, it's been way too hot IRL, but in terms of base temperature, we're getting down there now. It is very temperate in here now. Throughout most of the colony now, actually. There's just a couple of, you know, slightly hotter spots. And we still have this going on in the hatch ranches, primarily because some idiot started taking in 1600 degree igneous rock from the new, well, not new because it's been around, but we're only just now getting it functional, the geothermal power plant, which is actually shitting out power. We're actually getting the airlock closed with extra magma backed up because we've actually been using and producing quite a bit of the energy now. And look at this, 730 watts per machine. Ooh, that's solid. That is, that's 700 times 4. That's 2.8 kilowatts. Oh, that's solid. Very nice to see that this is working out very well now. Yeah. Granted, you know, the thing is that, like, we are kind of not even using much of it just yet. Because I haven't started setting up the new stuff yet. But as we continue using these things, we can actually potentially tell this to stop doing chips. Stop doing power chips in the natural gas. So you can conserve metal on that. Because now we're going to have just an absolute ridiculous amount of power from this setup. That can practically... It won't replace it all the time, to be fair, because again, this volcano does have some pretty long dormancy periods. So it's not something we can entirely depend upon. But, you know, where this was... These are still all NGs tuned up. So on power overlay, they're giving 1200 watts. Which, you know, base 800, and then they get the plus 50% from the tune-up. But the tune-up costs metal, and we don't properly have renewable metals right now. Because we couldn't find any metal volcanoes, unfortunately. With this being... So, if we lose the 1200 watts on all 5 of these, it's 5. That's 2 kilowatts that we are losing out on. But we're gaining back 2.8 kilowatts potential from the geothermal plant. So we can actually start putting this power system on a lower priority. I think it already is on a lower priority than the steam system. as it stands. It is actually on 9540, so yeah, that makes sense. That tracks. I don't think I've ever seen the temperatures become unmanageable in here. As far as I can tell, everything has been just fine. Do you have a system here where if it is above... I don't have a system where if it's above a certain temperature, it needs to kick on the steam turbine anyways. But as it stands, because this thermosensor is actually specifically to make sure that we don't take too much of the heat in here. Because we're using this heat to automatically turn the polluted water produced by a natural gas generator into steam instantly. And then I believe we feed the dirt into our debris chiller over here. And that's chugging along just fine. Okay. With that set up, we also have the... This is our reservoir for ethanol. Not bad. And of course, we've established the new... And we've established the new cooling loop for the base, which is pretty simple. Again, we're actually using normal water rather than, like, you know, most people will use polluted water if it's for a cooling solution because it has, like, slightly better ranges. But we don't need the slightly better ranges. We just want things to be within 20 degrees. Or within 20 degrees Celsius. And also, it being water means that if I need to change things around with the cooling loop in order to fit some other applications in, I don't have polluted water sitting on the ground when somebody deconstructs or empties the pipe. So that's why it's water. Although, you know, it sucks that it's water because now it's going to be kind of hard for me to, like, distinguish, like, you know, which of this is a bathroom loop part of the loop and which of this is, you know, cooling loop. But generally speaking, I think it's going to be easy to tell because, you know, bathroom loop is usually going to be standing in the pipes waiting to be used. And usually it'll be small packets going back and forth, like that, like we're seeing right now. Whereas the cooling loop is built to be a constant flow, because it's literally, you know, carrying heat off to the cooling chamber here. So cooling loop is great because now we can actually fully even out the temperature in our base. And by the way, check it out, our Five Guys wallpaper is up now. So duplicants can now come over to Five Guys. Let's make sure that our carbon dioxide here hasn't gotten fucked up again. Yeah, our carbon dioxide is looking good now. Okay. We recently had to put a counter here. We could just establish that this is, like, you know, the counter of the Five Guys restaurant. We could, like, change the tiling back here to make that representation, maybe. And this is the kitchen, quote-unquote, even though the kitchen's actually back here. Or at least, the kitchen's going to be back here, because currently we're still making food in this little kitchen. But eventually we're going to move this system into here instead. And this is where we're going to be implementing our gas range, as well as a proper ingredient freezer. Because we've got the finished food freezer right here, duplicate food freezer right here. And At some point, I've got to figure out I might be able to cut this tile here and fit in an additional sweeper somewhere in this. Somewhere in the system, I can fit in an additional sweeper that's automation controlled, just in case the ingredients in the kitchen are low. In that way, we can automate the sweeper and say, hey, send this much stuff to the kitchen. Oh, right. You put down these arrow pots and haven't put anything into them. Let's throw... Now, one of these will put out stuff that we don't want. I don't remember which one that is. I think it might be the Buddy Bud, though. I think we specifically want Mirth Leaf. As it stands, all the other ones are using Jumping Joyas, but we might not have that many Jumping Joyas on the map to put everywhere. So I think maybe some Mirth Leaves might make more sense. I think Mirth Leaf is what we want here. And we got a blueprint here. I still think we are not quite to the point where we can support another dupe. And again, I think I want dupe number 25 to be Jorge. So we'll take the Thimbleweed seeds, even though we really don't need them. Because we've been going off of like the 5 Thimbleweed seeds that are wild and basically growing in our base for a while. Honestly, this could also be its own nature reserve. It's just that it's not properly in the path of anything good. As it stands, we kind of have a west side, east side entrance pattern to our base. We have the west side at Mosuit Docks and the east side at Mosuit Docks. Which, by the way, let's get that cleaned up. I do also need to expand our transit system. In fact, that should absolutely be going up there. But I need to get all of this polluted water somewhere else. I've also been in need of... something I need to worry about. Clear starvation. I'm pretty sure now that we've got the renewable food for the stone hatches from this system, we should be good on it. I'm surprised this bit of magma isn't moving. It's okay. It looks like we've got plenty of power in here, though. As it stands, we're at 170 on the Steam. 160. It'd be cool if I could get like a Factorio style indicator on what the Steam temperature is. But I know that doing that would require me literally having like 10 thermosensors inside of here, and all of them would potentially be reading something different. So that's not a thing I could do, I think. because we don't have that kind of advanced system in Oni yet. As it stands, being able to do like a multiplex signal, because there's, you know, the multiplex wire where it's 4 wires in one, and, you know, that's 4 bits, and technically speaking we can get 15 values out of that, 16 values out of that. That would be technically enough to represent like a range of 100 degrees to 200 degrees. So, like, having one tile thermosensor that could be rigged up to a, you know, multiplex wire to have 16-bit temperature ranges would be super cool. But we are definitely starting to run low on water. I think the more important fire to put out is going to be getting some additional water processing going. We do have this system that I've been thinking about setting up for a while, and we could do that. Where it's going to be using the cooling power of the carbon dioxide geyser to partially cool down the saltwater geyser. It's going to be at 95C. And again, carbon dioxide having a much different specific heat capacity than saltwater. 4.1. I think in that case, I think if we want to calculate exactly what this would average out to, I think we multiply 95 by 4.1. 95 times 4.1. That's 389.5. And then we take carbon dioxide. It's going to be at negative 55.1. So negative 55... No. 1. Okay, there we go. Negative 55.1. Knowing that I can't just, you know, do the minus sign on my numpad. We're doing a little bit of math, yes. Auction not included is absolutely a game where you do a lot of math. And then multiply that by specific heat capacity, 0.846. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, 55.1, and then can I just do, there's a negative button here, right? Yeah, negative 55.1 times 0.846. So it's going to be negative 46 plus 0.6146. And then add that to the previous number, 389.5. So you get a number of 342.8. And then you actually need to add the specific heat capacities up together. So 0.846 plus 4.1 is the specific heat capacity of water. So 4.946. We take 342.88 and divide it by 4.946 to get like the average. It's gonna be 69 degrees. Nice. So it won't fully cool it down. It's only going to be about 25 degrees of a difference to use the carbon dioxide geyser. But we will be turning the carbon dioxide from a from a liquid to a gas very easily with the power of the saltwater geyser. So that is the one benefit where we definitely don't need a liquid tepidizer to get the liquid carbon dioxide into gaseous form, because we want to use the gaseous form potentially for soda. So we can potentially use that. But we will still need to cool this down manually ourselves. Because we can't quite do that just with the one carbon dioxide geyser alone. There is also a cool salt slush geyser over here. So I believe the cool salt slush geyser will create brine, and it'll be two different liquids mixing together. I think. But it's entirely possible. It's entirely possible we could actually just use the cool salt slush geyser to even out the temperatures between them. It's kind of a long pipe run, but it's doable. That's actually probably a better situation, honestly. And again, okay, so here's the thing. So we cooled down the salt water to 69 degrees nice, okay? Cool salt slush geyser. Brine, negative 10 degrees Celsius. Now the brine is going to have the exact same... never mind, it's not the exact same specific heat capacity. That's a different SHC. Huh. Interesting. It's a lower SHC. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Alright. That means we gotta do more math. Ladies and gentlemen, we gotta do more math. We have our 69 degrees Celsius, 4.1 SHC water. And then the cool salt slush geyser giving brine at negative 10 C. So we're multiplying 69.324 times 4.1. It's 284. Then this is we'll subtract from that in parentheses 3.4 times 10, which becomes 250. To make it easy on myself, I kind of just put it in parentheses so I don't have to do the plus minus button. And so it's 3.4 plus 4.1. I should be able to do that in my head. That's 7.5, right? That's 7.5. So divide 250 by 7.5. We get 33 degrees. Still not quite within the 20 degree comfort range. Still not quite there. But if we have base cooling going on, we could potentially counteract that. Yeah, I don't trust that. I don't trust that, I think. Man, it had to be a lower SHC on the brine, huh? Had to be a lower SHC. So yeah, we'll need active cooling for this no matter what, I think. which is unfortunate. But again, we've got an extra 2.8 kilowatts on our system. I think we can eat another basic bitch cooling system here. I think we eat that. And so for that, we'll probably just throw it right on top of here. We'll probably still basically use the system to warm up the carbon dioxide such that we can use that for applications. Mostly just soda at this point, because I think that's the only carbon dioxide use that we have right now. Wonder if it's worth it to potentially use this as an additional oxygen source. I feel like I would hear more about that in Oni playthroughs of people using carbon dioxide geysers for oxygen production by using like a basic bitch bathroom loop carbon skimmer. Actually, no, because carbon skimmer deletes carbon dioxide. It doesn't turn it into oxygen. I think what I'm thinking of is there are a couple of plants that eat carbon dioxide. I know, for example, Hoxxes is like the go-to for that, although Hoxxes is still the fuck was that? Give me a second. What was that noise? I have no idea what that noise is. Sounded like something falling down, but I can't find what it is that fell down. Might actually have to, like, put a marker here for myself to find out what the microphone picked up, to see if I can identify what the fuck it was. Let me actually check what the weather looks like on the weather app. Can't scale CO2 to O2, really. True. Absolutely not. It's kind of difficult. Alright, I'm gonna go here. Update now. There is like a somewhat high chance of rain here. I don't know. Weird noise. It could have just been some random piece of junk flying in the wind and hitting the side of the house. That tends to happen pretty often here. It's very windy. It's fucking windy out here. Doesn't rain very often, but it's definitely fucking windy. Heckin' windy. All sorts of windy. But yeah, so in order to get this set up, I think the idea would be that we just throw a cooling loop in here, in this saltwater tank. And then whenever it's cool enough, we pump it out. And that's basically how we would do it. Probably throw the cooling loop kind of in the middle here, and then have it kind of forego this section so that the carbon dioxide here can be used for something. I may also set up a buffer tank here, and then if the buffer tank fills up, I might actually set up several buffer tanks. If the buffer tank fills up, I'll start venting it into space so that we can continue using some of that thermal energy to leach some of that thermal energy off of the salt water still. In fact, in that case, I might as well keep the cooling loop over here, potentially. And it's just like, this will just add to the power of the cooling loop, basically. I was thinking, we actually probably want to put, like, the pump will be over here. The pump and the thermostat will be over here. And then the cooling loop will run the rest of the space. And that'll be how we run that. Alright. That's fine. We do need to kind of consider, or continue, trying to get this place mined out. Run with the said rock because we have plenty of it. Yeah, we got the cool slush geyser here that we could also tap into. But yeah, I think we need more water. This needs a platform underneath it. I don't know why I decided to make it unplatformed. Should probably also excavate these fossil fragments. So get this cleared out. Try and get that set up. Nova's got to do the excavation because she has the Masterworks. Might as well also get all of this rid of. Yeah. So we're potentially running out of water, but it is a slow death, so I'm not too worried about it for the moment. Let's check our skills. A squared's got a skill point. Go ahead and give them improved carrying first. Cabbage. So you're a builder, so we want to give you hard digging. That's always useful. I think Crazy Stewie might be done in terms of skills for the moment. Iris has a skill point, but I think she's also done. Might give her a point in construction. Yeah, so that's skill points for now. Which means that a lot of people can be off of soda now, potentially. Like, I kind of want Doohoo to be on... Man, the UI really does not like these anymore. I kind of want Doohoo to be on coffee now, potentially. Or possibly even, hang on a second, because I think we had another... No, Iris is off of Pop, is off of Soda. How many people do we have on Soda? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We have 12 on Soda, which means we have 12 on coffee. That's actually balanced. I think I'd rather have it like that, honestly. Why is growth halted body temperature? Somehow it's below 20 degrees here. That's a little insane. Maybe our cooling system is a little too cracked. Hold on. That's a little too cracked. That's a little too cracked. That's wacky. That's kind of part of the reason why we've been running Jumping Joyas, by the way, because they have a much larger temperature range. 0 to 100 is insane. And it has, you know... Decor plus 10. I feel like it's supposed to be more than 10, though. I think it's supposed to be 20. Because, like, here we've got this flower pot. Yeah, okay, because I think it's... I think the 10 is the decor of the pot itself. I can't find where... I think we have to specifically select... Yeah, okay, it's the... We have to specifically select the plant to find it out. Yeah, 25 for the Mirth Leaf. And then the Joya itself is also 25. So it's the same temp. Or, sorry, the same decor. But the temp range is smaller. Very small. Surprisingly small. However, whilst it is wilting because of the body temperature, we have a minus 20 decor. So I would like to get that fixed. On the other hand, there's no reason to invest in, like, base heating because one flower doesn't like the temperature. It is insane that our base heating or our base cooling is that powerful, though. I may need to turn it up to 24C. And, like, part of it is just the fact that, like, the fact that the thermal water tuner always goes down by 14 degrees. Specifically by degree, not by cooling capacity or heat capacity, but specifically by degree. It is 14 degrees. Cooling factor, always. So that means that, you know, when a water packet comes through that is over 24 degrees, it'll set the temperature of that packet of water specifically to 10. Now, part of that is supposed to be regulated by the fact that we have 4 tons of water sitting in this liquid reservoir, and it averages that out before sending it out to the base. Which, in theory, what we could do is make it so that the thermo sensor is actually here at the output, rather than whatever's coming into the aqua tuner. And that could actually function a little bit better, potentially. Because then it's specifically reading the effect that the thermal aqua tuner has on the heat sink mass, rather than the amount that's coming back. However, in order to do that, I mean, in theory, we could build a wire here and connect that, and then disconnect this wire. And that's possible. I may just do that, and that might be a really good solution to this problem. How does the automation look here? If I just, like, kind of sneak it over here, that could work. That could actually very much work. I think I'm going to do that, honestly. Insulated liquid pipe. We use igneous rock. And then we snake it up like this. We will then put liquid pipe thermosensor right here. Yeah, I guess it can be made out of lead. Hopefully I didn't make this out of lead. Made out of gold, but that's fine. Thermosensors don't overheat. I mostly worry about melting. I don't know if anybody was here for when we were initially getting the geothermal system up and running. We had several problems with that. One of them, namely being, this mesh tile was not made out of steel previously. It was made out of gold. And obviously mesh tiles don't overheat, but they do still melt. And it melted the mesh tile and fucked up the system. So I had to kind of very carefully dig in here. I actually had to replace what was previously here because the mesh tile was gone. And I need to replace both of these mesh tiles with steel mesh tiles because they were previously gold. So what I ended up having to do is I broke these two tiles and then I changed this tile to an insulation tile temporarily. That way I could go up here, maintain the vacuum here, because that's kind of the important part there. And then use that to rebuild this tile into a... you use the corner building mechanic to rebuild this into a steel mesh tile. And then once that was rebuilt, I could build this tile back and then corner build this tile back into mesh tile steel. So that was problem number one that we ran into. I feel like there was another previous problem number 2 that we had before problem number 3, and I don't quite remember what that was. I think there was actually another problem, I don't remember, but we've since fixed it. But there was, you know, another problem. You'll notice that the smart battery is now 1 block above where all the steam turbines were. That was not previously like that. What actually happened was that originally this conveyor rail ran straight across this. And then I noticed at some point that all of the packets were suddenly not actually containing anything. They were just empty baskets. And at the same time, we suddenly started getting a huge amount of heat over here. What was going on was that conveyor rails have this weird little behavior where the material sitting on the conveyor rail behaves both like a thing on the conveyor rail and also a ground debris at the same time, meaning that they were exchanging heat with the tile below them, which just so happened to be the steel mechanized airlock here, which was being heated to 1,721 degrees by the magma that was touching it. And so it was reliquefying on the rail and then depositing itself above where the duplicates could reach it. Additionally causing some heat damage, by the way, which was kind of annoying to figure out what was going on there. And they were saying, like, oh yeah, perfectly good tile of igneous rock here for me to take over to the hatch ranches and feed the hatches at 1700 or 1600 degrees Celsius, because obviously, the heat energy would immediately disperse. Thankfully, we have, corrected the issue, so we're not seeing intense heat here anymore. But there was intense heat here before, and that was a problem. But now it is not, because we've fixed the rail to be 1 block up, so it avoids touching the mechanized airlock. That was kind of a problem we had to fix. But it's now solved. So now I'm just waiting for us to get a little bit more magma in here. We're currently at a slightly less good wattage. But it's still pretty hefty. Yeah, there's still only about 140, 150 degrees Celsius steam in here. I kind of want to get back in here and build more temp shift plates to improve our heat storage. I kind of want to do that. But I'll do that a little bit later when we've solved more of our water situation, because our water situation kind of sucks right now. So likely I might have them grab a few bottles of water. Or I might even just have them empty out some water into what's going to be a steam chamber. And I'm actually going to just have them mop up what's here. What do you mean too much liquid? Fuck. There's no way that's too much liquid. I mean, okay, they have 1 tile of mop. Maybe it'll just be an absolute, Chads and Stacy's. Amy's gonna come in here and manage to reduce it anyways. And that'll probably end up being a moppable amount right there. Oh yeah, it's starting to go down, so now it's becoming moppable again. We'll just attack it, 1 chunk at a time until it's all moppable. Yeah, they got it. Just draining from this small pond by hand because of funny liquid physics in oxygen not included. Yeah, so kind of 1 mop action at a time here, getting it all cleaned up. Because I want to use proper non-polluted water in the steam chamber, because I don't want to deal with the leftover dirt of vaporizing polluted water. Right. Mop it again. As we... Actually, I feel like... Yes! Now the whole thing is moppable. Okay. So we're attacking this. We're attacking this. Getting it done. A weird looking pile of polluted water there. I believe we can cancel all this now. And we're gonna need to sweep all of this. Let's actually put it on a priority 6 suite. Let's also get all of this swept up. Hopefully they choose our cesspool depositors for the sweepage. And whilst they're handling all of that, that is going to take a while. Let's go ahead and get some more decorations done. I want to decorate the break rooms next. Let's see here. Do you have a green algae wedge we could potentially use to make like a... Actually, I don't want to do a Starbucks. I was thinking like, you know, the thing that would make sense for the coffee is like, you know, some sort of Starbucks theme. But I hate Starbucks, actually. So... But, like, I can't think of any other recognizable coffee place off the top of my head that this could be based on. Could also do the snowflake print. I do kind of want to use the snowflake print, because we did buy that ourselves. I think the snowflake print makes more sense for the Dr. Pepper room. Could also do magma diagonal for the Dr. Pepper room. That feels like a Dr. Pepper kind of design, for sure. Because we did say it's Dr. Pepper. Also do like the orange diagonals, potentially. And do like an arrow pattern, potentially. I'm gonna do snowflake for the coffee, I think. Maybe do bright diagonal as like half of it, and then snowflake along the top. Maybe something like that. And maybe I actually want to do white diamonds with orange backgrounds. Something like that. And then snowflake print across the top. And then we do the red pattern, possibly red diamonds. With the snowflake pattern on the top. Actually, do you want to kind of run colony whilst I'm doing this? I think that'll look good. We've got another blueprint. Yeah, not the greatest stats here for either of these characters, so we're gonna just take some algae. May throw some, like, border stuff here and here. Or here. Wherever we're kind of bordering the ladder shaft with, machinery stuff. Which, by the way, I might as well also try and throw some sweeps in here. To keep this debris away from the ladder shafts. We'll just do some basic drywalling along these tiles. I don't really want to be decorating these areas, because these are kind of just entirely just functional stuff. And I don't want to put drywall in the nature reserve because I think the nature reserve should kind of just stand on its own. Yeah, look at that. Union mandated Dr. Pepper machines. Snowflake print is actually really nice. I think it works for the break rooms. Honestly, could have gone with orange diamonds rather than the white diamonds with orange background. That would have been kind of like better color coded. But I think this still functions pretty decently. Okay. We're also pouring some random water from outside into here. Let's, check that we're not dumping journey water in here, which I don't think we are. I think we're fine. We do still have quite a bit of stuff here to pick up, though. Supposedly we are emitting steam here. Which is surprising because, like, this water hasn't been moving. I don't know how we got more water here somehow. As it stands, though, you know what? We could actually use the water that's in here and pump it up here so that we're not using our own water supply to fill up the steam chamber. That's something we could potentially do. Duhu's got a skill point, but I think Duhu might be done with skills. Actually, we can get Duhu carrying. So Duhu can carry even more now. Okay, I've still got lots of polluted water for us to drop off. I think a lot of it's actually going to be going into... Seems like quite a bit of it's actually here now, but... I might try and make a polluted water processing thing here to de-germ it. As it stands... Yeah, there is like a surrounding germ sensor. We eventually just use that, and then when the liquid that's in here has germs. So we're kind of still using this tank of polluted water to produce a little bit of extra polluted oxygen that gets turned into oxygen. That's just some extra oxygen for the colony. Speaking of oxygen, our breathability is still kind of doing a little crap. Thankfully, it looks like our oxygen production is doing better now. I think we've still got some issues going on. As it stands, a lot of it is going to Atmos suits at the moment. I gotta figure out if there's a better way to set that up. I'm not entirely sure how to do that. Also, always set up some sort of system whereby it's entirely possible that like the majority of our colony is kind of living outside the colony, and that's using a lot of the oxygen that would normally go into the colony. But we should still be at a bonus from how much we're producing. Because we should be producing about 30 duplicants worth, and we only have 24. We should still be at a net positive, and we're apparently not at a big enough net positive. Also, yeah, okay, I really like how the break rooms turned out, honestly. I think that looks really cool. I am a fan. It's interesting that, like, so much of the oxygen is concentrated here. It's not actually kind of reaching up where it should be. I wonder if that's just like a routing thing. It's entirely possible. Might try and manually kind of... This is getting like 50% of it, which it really shouldn't be. I think this area should stay thin, and everywhere else should be getting oxygen, honestly. I could swap out this tile with an airflow tile. So that this gas line has an easier time of reaching over here. Oh, there's polluted water here. Who the Man, priority 9, sweep that please and thank you. I mean, this is exactly what we have a deodorizer down here for. Just a random piece of chlorine gas. Which is fine, that's good, honestly. Thankfully, it looks like it didn't cause any extra polluted oxygen. I'm doing good in terms of, like, how much polluted oxygen is around here. Lots of hydrogen up here. We're already starting to see better breathability up here and less breathability down here, which is fine, actually. That's where we want the breathability to be, is in these dorm rooms. For sure. May also cut what's going into that. That's already going to be like 50-50ing what's going up this way. Which, again, this stuff should be prioritized. We'll let oxygen kind of propagate down here. It's not going to propagate very well, but it really doesn't need to. I'll take some extra steel. Okay. Finally got this swept up, so we can start trying to get this set up. Oh, there's a little bit of stuff there. So I think we can get away with just one steam engine, for sure. Also, yeah, now that I'm thinking about this, you know what I'm starting to realize? Because we were just doing the math on that other thing. So, this erupts with water, which I've been needing to kind of check to make sure it is still the same. 4.179. And then the cool salt slush geyser. Or sorry, cool slush geyser is polluted water. It is the exact same SHC this time around. Okay, cool. So negative. So 95 minus 20.6 is 74. Although I think you still divide that by 2. Yeah, divide that by 2 because it's average between the two. 37.2. So that is also partially what we need to be worrying about. In fact, actually, we're not just using that. We're not just using it for 95-degree water. We're also using it for this water. So I think we do need to be having something in the middle to just make it go that extra bit down. I think we do need to be properly taming these, because we might actually be running into an equilibrium where it actually can't fully cool it. And actually, what we can do, what we can potentially do is whenever this tile is more than halfway full of water, I mean, like right now it's 500 kilograms, that's basically half of a tile of water. We can make it such that whenever it gets to this position and the water geyser no longer wants to erupt, then we can start pumping water out into a manual cooler. Which, honestly, we could just throw a, like, kind of industrial-sized manual cooler system, like, somewhere over here, that we just dump all of our water into. Something similar to, but on a much smaller scale, from the sort of system that Echo Ridge Gaming had for his farming series. Where it's just one big water tank. As it stands, we do need a Paku Ranch. And that could double as a Paku Ranch. Potentially. That's actually not a bad idea. Just have a big ingest line for it. I think that's overkill, honestly. Now that I think about it, I think that would be overkill. I think we just have it input and cooled kind of at the site. I think that's easier to do it that way. But I think as it stands, now that I'm kind of thinking about it, I think this system where I was using the Cool Slush Geysers to cool down the Water Geyser is actually not a good enough idea. Because it is just going to reach an equilibrium of 37 degrees eventually. And it just will kind of flutter in between that. So as such, we should probably set up something. We'll get some more renewable water from just manually cooling this salt water. I think that is the plan. So I think first up, I want to just kind of build basically just this setup right here. Where it's just one steam turbine and one little chamber, the thermo sensor, thermo tuner, liquid pipe thermo sensor. I think that would be enough for 95C. As it stands, you can tame a gold volcano with like one steam engine. So I think one steam engine cooled by its own cooling system is probably going to be enough to handle this salt water. Probably. Again, plan should be, first of all, we actually need to get some power up there, which as it stands, I really need to fix this. This spine sucks. It's all along the main shaft, and that's a huge decor penalty. And I've been wanting to try and improve our decor recently, so we gotta fix this. Kinda gotta fix this. But moving over the power spine is going to be difficult in general. As it stands, like, this also really needs to go, because this is also a common walkway. But as it stands, I kind of want to turn this walkway into... I want to, like, push the insulated tiles down by one tile, and then put, like, metal tiles along here. Not metal tiles. We'll do, like, regular tiles. Metal tiles would be faster, but I don't think I have enough metal to make that happen. But just like some walkway tiles to make this more traversable would be nice. Or even just kind of sealing it up here, and maybe still doing a little bit over here where the Peggy system is, but we really need to set up the Peggy system as well. Peggy's would be a nice bonus to our productivity. But as it stands, we still only have... 9 Spore Kid seeds. So I've heard that you need 10. Supposedly, I've heard you need 10 to run a Peggy system at maximum capacity. I feel like even if our Peggy system isn't at max capacity, it's still going to be more hands on deck than we had before. I feel like. As it stands, do I see any other buried objects in the oil biome? Yeah, Sigurd Prokop, be on time. How are you doing? And it's going decently. Wait, I think I know who you are. Are you the person who I raided last time I was doing Auction Not Included? Yeah, that makes sense. I think you are. Yeah, welcome to the colony. I'm obviously a lot further along at cycle... Oh, we missed the funny number! We already went past, cycle 666. Well, that was last cycle, too. I can't believe I didn't notice it. We were at the funny number, and I didn't do anything about it. I wanted to be at the funny number. Yeah, welcome, Sangria Protocol. Nice to see you. I'll give you a real quick tour of the base. Obviously, yeah, we kind of have a lot of stuff going on right now. But thankfully, I don't have any particular fires I need to put out, other than we are potentially going through a water shortage, which is why I'm trying to work on getting more water up here. Mostly because I realized that my little project down here actually doesn't work out half the time. So I kind of want to work on fixing that a little. Yep, it's kind of turned into a big fancy base. We got dormitories here, here, and here. I actually still need to make another dormitory, although I think I said that once we finish up, there's a new kitchen. We have the new kitchen going on over here. But I still need to kind of set up some other things for it. I want to get the gas range running, and also for the gas range to run, I'm going to need to get the Paku Ranch up and running. That's going to need to be set up. But once I get this new kitchen up and running, I can basically scrap this entire kitchen and turn this into a new dormitory. And that'll be our last 8 duplicates, because I'm planning on, long-term, 32 duplicates. Right now, we're only at 24. And thankfully, I've gone this entire save without permanently losing a duplicate. I have, at one point, accidentally lost a duplicate, and it was entirely because they got stuck, and I didn't notice that they were stuck until it was almost too late. And, by the time I realized that they were stuck, I was just like, I was scrambling to get them out of their stuck situation, and was just a little bit too late. So I ended up just, save scumming back to an earlier autosave, and it was, basically, 5 minutes before I got the warning that they were stuck. Because I completely lost track of it, because I was working on other projects. So I managed to save them, at least. But outside of that, we have been very much casualty-free. I'm getting cheese thrown at me by Sinmane. Sinmane, why are you like this? No. Anyways. So yeah, we got dorms for 24 duplicates, which is also why, I'm definitely not... That's, another reason why I'm definitely not ready to take on a 25th just yet, because I do also need to get the new dormitory up first. One thing that is important for you to note, I really do need to do another series where I kind of just start over. Because of the fact that we haven't found a metal volcano on this save, I've been really considering starting over, because not having a metal volcano kind of sucks. But we did have, the volcano that we've been managing. Ooh, look at that! We've actually got a backup of magma now, so we're actually really starting to chug through this. Let's see what we're getting here, what kind of numbers we're getting here. Yeah, so this is... Okay, that's working. That is working. Oh, we're up there at 190k, so yeah. We have full steam temperature now, but it's not fully communicated across. That's why I kind of want to get back in here. Next time the volcano goes dormant, I want to get back in here and build more temp shift plates to store more thermal energy in here. I really need to get around to that. But yeah, you can kind of see my water supply is going down, so I need to like kind of work on some stuff for it. But they did end up sweeping polluted water into the base. I wanted to sweep it more into the cesspool down here. But unfortunately, they did not decide on that. I might try and change what the priorities are on the different sweep output points. Yeah, because this is on priority 5. Whereas this is on... Oh, it's on priority 4. I did turn down the priority on this. But I should probably make this slightly higher, so hopefully they go to that more often. Alright, but... back on going over the base. Something you really want to kind of focus on early game is getting rooms dedicated, designating rooms. I'd say when you're like kind of still working out and learning the early game, don't put too much thought into figuring out where everything's going to be and like doing a nice, pretty grid structure like this. But at some point, once you kind of learn the early game, you can start kind of planning for this kind of loading, this kind of layout. But rooms. Rooms are huge for morale. You want to be establishing rooms as soon as possible. So barracks is easy. Barracks is already a +1 morale bonus. That's pretty decent. And all you need to do is just wherever they're sleeping, you box it up. You make sure it's smaller than 64 tiles. And then you put doors, and you've got a room. You've got +1 morale. You can use that for more skill points and stuff like that. Bathrooms are also a thing. Even at the early game, when you're still using latrines, bathrooms are still huge. You still want to be establishing your bathrooms early game, because that's still also a +1 morale. You can actually see here, latrine. Back when you're still using the base form non-plumbed toilet stuff, you still want to set up a proper latrine room. That's still a +1 morale bonus. That's still huge. Then you can upgrade it to a washroom eventually, and that'll be a +2 morale. Same thing with your mess hall. You want to be making sure you get your mess hall up and running as soon as possible. Although the mess hall and the Great Hall, that's kind of one of the annoying parts, because like the mess hall has a maximum size of 64, whereas Great Hall is much bigger, so you tend to want to try and make your mess hall in a way that's like, you know, max size 64 and then expandable into a Great Hall eventually. I am also, this is kind of a personal taste kind of thing, this is not super necessary for you to do, but I am always on the lookout for a potential nature reserve, because that's a +6 morale. That's huge. But you need to build it into your base infrastructure for it to work, because somebody has to actually pass through the nature reserve daily for them to get that morale bonus. So you can't just throw in a nature reserve somewhere and they get the morale bonus. You have to have it kind of in the path of somewhere. And the way I do that is that they actually have to go through the nature reserve in order to get to the mess halls. They have to go to the mess halls to eat. That tends to be how I usually do them. Sometimes I'll also do them like in our food storage, so that they have to go through the nature reserve to access our food storage. I think that's actually how it was originally when I first started the seed, and then I decided to move it up here because I thought it would be a little bit more functional, and I'd have a little bit more space for it to plant a couple extra things. And also, I think, like, I specifically said, like, you know, I've got some pips, and pips can help you plant wild plants, which wild plants don't require resources to function, and also nature reserves require wild plants anyways. So that's part of how I ended up setting up that. And Yeah, so I'm the type of person who's always looking out for a nature reserve to implement into colony. That's kind of a basic thing. Also, obviously, trying to get some research done is always a good idea. Reminder, beginner tip, never have more than one researcher. You will never need more than one researcher. And if you have more than one person doing research, it is literally the biggest waste of time. As it stands, right now, I have researched basically everything before space stuff. This stuff requires space data, and I haven't gotten around to space yet. I have a vent here for space, just to, like, throw materials and stuff that I don't want out into space. Specifically, or gases and liquids are sent here, because space will just delete it. So there's that. I have an industrial brick here. This is all steam. This is kind of a basic hot brick. The brick is a community term for just, like, a building that has a bunch of industrial machinery in it. And it's usually temperature regulated for some sort of application. For example, this is temperature regulated to a high temperature to specifically keep it such that any water that enters this area is immediately turned into steam. That's important for these natural gas generators. Whenever natural gas generators run, they produce polluted water, and because it's 130 degrees in here, that polluted water instantly turns into steam as well as dirt. So it never creates any, like, polluted oxygen or whatever, because that's what polluted water does. You don't want polluted water sitting around because it produces polluted oxygen, etc., etc. And polluted oxygen, not only does it cause debuffs for your duplicants if they breathe it, but also it will, any sort of, like, germs or whatever that gets into it will start multiplying a lot. In fact, actually, if I go ahead and turn on germ overlay, there's a lot of polluted oxygen out here. There's a lot of slime lung out here. Because I haven't really bothered with cleaning up this environment all that well. Surprisingly, there's, like, areas where there's no germs. And I'm not entirely sure why. It might actually be just, like, temperatures. Germs do die off in various temperature ranges. Actually, yeah, so there's, like, -1 degree Celsius polluted water here, so I think that's part of it. I think if I go ahead and select this tile, yeah, here we go. Current temperature, 6.2 degrees Celsius, 100% dead per cycle. So, yeah, there is, the temperature being this low down here is apparently killing off the slime lungs. That's cool. I didn't know that. I thought it had to be high temperatures for it to kill off, but I guess that makes sense. And of course, the reason why it's so low temperature up here and so high temperature in here is obviously insulated tile kind of is big for that. But then also I have a cooling system here. The way cooling system works is we got liquid pipes here. We're using polluted water because polluted water has slightly better ranges that are useful for cooling systems. Where polluted water has the same specific heat capacity as water, same thermal conductivity, but it has an expanded freeze point and vaporization point, which means that we can actually go down to -20 degrees before it becomes ice, which is super cool. Pun not intended, but we'll pretend like I intended that pun. Haha, funny. And yeah, it's mostly set to a pretty low temperature, which we have it set to above 0°C is when these thermosensors will turn on. We have it set to a low temperature because I'm also using this cooling loop to also hit this big chunk of metal, this heat sink right here. And this serves several purposes. It is a chiller for debris, because any sort of, like, material that we produce in here is gonna be a high temperature. It's gonna be 130 degrees, and we don't want to, like, put 130 degree materials into our base. That'd be terrible. So we have a system here where anything that's kind of exported out of here is sent onto this rail, and then that rail goes through this thing where it's then cooled down. And, you know, we use the temperature being put below 0 degrees to effectively strongly counteract anything that this system throws at it. So it's used for the debris. Specifically, it's for plastic production as well as clay production. Because clay is very useful, or sorry, ceramic production, because ceramic is very useful for insulated tiles, for insulation in general. It is also used for the dirt produced by the natural gas generators creating the polluted water. And so dirt is also sent through here. As well as glass if I ever need it. I have a glass forge here, but I currently have it turned off. And it's also being used for excess water production. So whenever there is more than 60 kilograms of steam pressure in here, this atmo sensor will kick on through a bunch of other automation, and it'll tell this gas pump to pump some of that steam into this chamber, where it's then condensed into water, and once that water is at a livable temperature, we pump it out of here. So it's also being used to cool the water. And also, natural gas generators do also produce carbon dioxide whenever it runs. And also the polymer press back here that's producing plastic also produces carbon dioxide. And it's like, even when we don't need plastic, I still have this thing running because part of our natural gas is coming from us using the oil reservoir down there. Actually, I should check on this. We're not overflowing again, at least. I do really need to clean this up. This is a terrible fucking setup. This is so absolutely disgustingly awful. This is so jank. Like, the thing is that, like, we do actually produce some extra natural gas from the oil well, but it's all kind of stuck in here. And I have been kind of waffling on whether or not I'm going to set up a proper setup for extracting oil. But until then, it's kind of just dropped in here, and I have a liquid pump that pumps it up to where we actually use it. Stingray Protocol, Misty Bell, how are you doing? I mean, I know you are lurking now, but thanks for visiting, and hopefully I get to hear from you, because I do enjoy your company. So yeah, I do need to set up like a proper oil rig rather than this absolutely jank system. This is the jankest setup you could possibly get. I forget, what's over here? Carbon dioxide vent. I don't care. Yeah. Pinch of pepper nut farm over here. Which is primarily for our coffee. And then I forgot to mention, I was covering about how this natural gas generation brick will generate carbon dioxide. And what that actually gets used, we actually send it through the same chiller system to chill it down to a usable temperature. And we use that for soda. We have a canister filler here because that's how the soda fountains work, is that it has to be manually supplied by duplicates, annoyingly. But they bring over the carbon dioxide from the canister filler, and we get some union-mandated Dr. Pepper. Which is why I had the red diagonals here, because I thought that was kind of a Dr. Pepper theming. And this is entirely just for a bonus to morale, as well as a bonus to science, which gets them skill points faster. Which is great for when we're taking on new duplicants. And outside of that, it's not super great. But as it stands, I still have to kind of focus on limiting the coffee machines to half of the colony, because I'm producing basically exactly enough pinch of pepper plants for half the colony to drink coffee. And like I had to do that because I am a little bit of a coffee nerd. Some people will call me a coffee snob, and it's just like I'm still not in the part of the Dunning-Kruger curve where I can call myself a coffee snob. I just have standards and I have interests in coffee, but in terms of like what I actually have to make coffee with, it's still kind of a very, very beginner set of things that I do. So I just call myself an enjoyer of coffee. That's kind of how I say it, how I see it. So yeah. But yeah, the geothermal power plant been going pretty well, actually. We are now actually stockpiling magma, and that's good. That means that we are going to have a more even distribution of power whenever this guy goes dormant. This was a pain to set up, by the way. This is the first time I've ever done a whatchamacallit, a volcano tamer is what we call it. This is the first time I did like a proper volcano tamer, and it had several issues. We had to put out so many fires with this thing. But now it is running good. But I did make several mistakes, and like one of them was also like a wacky bug that I discovered. Well, it wasn't necessarily that I discovered the bug, but it was just like I ran into it and realized that it was a bug that I had recently read about on the wiki. I was just like, oh shit, that's what's going on. And I ended up like cooking my fucking base from it because let me show you kind of like exactly how crazy this game can get in terms of like technical and scientific process. What happened was the following. I had actually several problems. One of them was just that like this mesh tile, I made it out of the wrong material and the material melted, and so I had to go replace it with steel. Because I made it out of a material that didn't have a high enough melting point. Steel is kind of a mid to late game material. Not really late game, but mid game material. Making steel is a mark of the mid game. Being able to reliably make steel means that you are very staunchly within mid game. And we are very staunchly within mid game, approaching late game, but very slowly approaching late game because I have a lot of fires that I need to be putting out and a lot of resource expansion that I need to be doing. So I had to kind of like cut in here and like kind of maintain a vacuum whilst I replace these tiles with steel tiles. But eventually that worked out. Then I learned something kind of crazy, and that is, well, not learned, but I learned something that's kind of wacky, and then applied that learning to realize what was going on here. So you'll notice that the conveyor rail here has this sort of bend to it. That's because I found out the conveyor rail is used to, move items. These are all, items, basically, the chunks of stuff that normally sit on the floor, right? There's the thing. Normally chunks sit on the floor. Well, it turns out that when stuff is on a conveyor rail, it still behaves like normal debris. It's called debris, actually. The definition for this stuff that sits on the floor is called debris. It still behaves as debris when it's on a conveyor rail, which means that it exchanges heat with the tile below it, as well as the tile that it's on. Even if the tile that it's on is insulated, it'll still exchange heat with whatever is below it as if it's touching it, because it thinks it's on the ground. This was a problem, because initially I had the rail going like this and then going up. And when I first got the system running and I first had this whole room filled up with all of this nice and hot and steamy igneous rock that was basically, condensing from this magma that we were dropping into here using this mechanized airlock, it would pass over the mechanized airlock, which is currently 1,724.8 degrees. And then it was remelting into magma in the tile, which caused it to pop up into solid space, into an empty space, and then be exposed to the 30-degree air here, and dump all of its heat into this 30-degree air, and become solid igneous rock again. But it would become solid igneous rock at 1200 degrees Celsius. And unfortunately, duplicants aren't very smart, and sometimes they'll be like, hey, we need to feed our hatches igneous rock, and hey, look, there's a perfectly fine chunk of igneous rock sitting over here. Let's go use that. And so they bring in 1200 degrees Celsius igneous rock into the colony, fucking up our liquid locks, by the way. This is kind of a little petroleum and crude oil little blob system that we're using basically as an airlock. They pass through with atmosuits, so they're not going to complain about getting wet or whatever. But they took that 1200 degree rock and passed through here, which, because there's very little liquid here, it was very easy for it to just heat up. And even though these have a very high vaporization point, still vaporized because it was 1200 degree rock that they passed it through. And it fucked up our things here, so I had to close off this atmosuit dock and rely entirely on the 8 atmosuits over here, which, cut how much work we could do outside the colony by a bit. So that kind of sucked. But yeah, they were bringing it in and then also heating up the base. But thankfully, I have since actually set up a proper cooling system within the base, as much as I was hemming and hawing about it and saying, oh, I have to use water pipes for it, but, I have bathroom loops that are all over the place, and it's all in the way, etc. And I eventually kind of just, bit the bullet and set one up. And so it's in a few places. It's not entirely throughout the entire colony. I did have to kind of move around the bathroom loops a little bit in order to get it to work properly. Or in order to, get places for it to actually exchange heat. So anytime you see this gold pipe, that is a radiant liquid pipe, which exchanges heat energy with the stuff inside much more thoroughly than normal pipe. That's exactly what this radiant liquid pipe does. And so it's in specific places where it needs to basically sap heat out of the colony. And then it goes into here, where there's a thermal aqua tuner here, where it takes that heat that's in that water, dumps it into the steam. The steam turbine turns that steam heat into energy, and then dumps the water back into here. So steam turbines are your way of dealing with heat early to mid-game. Well, actually, it's more like mid-game. It's more like primarily mid-game. Oh, that reminds me. We were setting up something new here where I wanted to improve how the automation was handled. So I mean to do this. I don't know if they can actually... I might need another ladder here so I can actually reach up here. And then automation, wire. I don't want it to be lead. I kind of want it to be gold. I have to come across here. And then I can connect it like this. And that'll still want to be built out of gold. It says unreachable, but it will be reachable once they build this ladder. Also, whilst I'm at it, thermosensor. I wanted to change this to be 21 degrees. I'm moving the thermosensor over here so that it's specifically reading the water coming out of the liquid reservoir rather than the water coming into the cooling system. Because that way it's reading the effect that the thermal aqua tuner has on the cooling system rather than the immediate water coming in. because I was having some issues where turns out that these mirth leaves, they have a internal temperature requirement of 20 degrees, and we were apparently hitting 19 in the colony. So I wanted to try and get a system here where it could more accurately come down to 21 or 22 degrees. And the idea is that, like, when the cold, because thermal aquatuners have a cooling factor of negative 14 degrees Celsius, which means that it will always subtract 14 degrees from the liquid, which means that if we set this thermosensor to 22 degrees, it's going to create water that is 8 degrees Celsius. That's way cooler than we need it to be. Which, granted, we have the liquid reservoir here, where that 8-degree water will just hit this 4 tons of other water that's at whatever temperature, and it'll average out eventually. But it's still inaccurate, because we want to know the temperature that we're sending out into the colony first. That way we don't overcorrect because of how much water is coming in at below 21 degrees Celsius. So I'm hoping that this system will make it a little bit more accurate. But yeah, I do think I kind of do want to run a... I guess I do also still need to disconnect this. It's so nice that I can remotely disconnect pipes using the disconnect tool. It used to be that was mod only, and now it is no longer a mod. It is actually just a base game feature now, and that's huge of them. Player so base for this. But yeah, big stuff. Huge stuff. But I think another day, I want to actually start going about doing another start from scratch kind of thing. The original plan, because this is actually, by the way, this is with all DLC disabled. I think I did mention that to you. It's possible Beyond Time might not be here anymore. But, I think I did mention to you before that, like, I'm still running it without Spaced Out DLC, mostly because, like, Spaced Out adds a lot of complications, and I kind of just wanted to focus on understanding and completing mid-game and mid-late game tasks before I go into Spaced Out and have a lot of that get complicated by how much stuff is different in the DLC. That's kind of the plan, is that I wanted to try and get, like, the directives done. I wanted to, send somebody into the temporal tear. I wanted to, I wanted to get the statue built and the homemaking directives and whatnot. And then I would go into Spaced Out. But I may potentially run up a new save. Just because I am now streaming to YouTube, and giving YouTube watchers a new VOD series would be a cool idea. And again, once again, not having any whatchamacallums, metal volcanoes, definitely kind of a killer. I really wish we had a proper metal volcano, because we're kind of struggling for renewable metals. As it stands, I have turned off our power control station because we can't continue making microchips because there's only so much metal on the map. And I've basically replaced us power chipping these things with the new geothermal plant. It's basically kind of just replacing that. So our energy crisis is mostly solved for now. As long as the volcano that we're using is functional enough for that. But yeah, we've got semi-automatic hatch ranching system here, where we do have people who come in to do the grooming and stuff. And then whenever these guys eat, they'll produce their coal. Whenever they lay eggs and stuff like that, we have auto sweepers that will deliver coal and stuff down to our coal generator systems, where we have auto sweepers providing those automatically. But these are very much like in case of emergency kind of settings. They are set on 9515. So these things very rarely run. Let's see what they, yeah. Last 5 cycles, 0%. Last 5 cycles, 0%. These guys have not ran in a while because we've had, you know, stocked up on natural gas. And we have just a crap ton of power here for our, geothermal. I'm so happy with how the geothermal turned out, now that it's not broken. It is now super powerful. It's big soupy. So yeah. I'll talk about how all of our needs are met real quick, actually. Self-powered oxygen machine. Or a SPOM. This is a big important thing that you should kind of pay attention to. I don't necessarily rush into it, but this is kind of like a very, very big target, or what's the word I'm looking for? Not necessarily milestone so much as like this is an objective of early game, is getting a self-powering oxygen machine. It's using electrolyzers. This is taking care of all of the oxygen for the colony. It is kind of crappy because I kind of need to set something up to get a little bit of extra oxygen, because our Atmos suits have been using up a lot of our oxygen, actually. And so that's why our breathability has been kind of shit recently. Especially in places where it really shouldn't be shit. Like the dormitories. Although it's getting better. I'm at least not seeing the barely breathable warning, which is that warning. I'm not seeing that in the dormitories, and that's important. Yeah, it's kind of annoying because it's like the oxygen is kind of very distributed in areas where they're not breathing all that much. But it is at least breathable in, you know, areas where it needs to be breathable, like the brain fart in the Great Halls and in the dormitories. So that's at least better. But it is becoming barely breathable in break rooms, which kind of sucks. But yeah, so self-powering oxygen machine. We'll go over this. It's using water, which is part of the reason why our water is starting to run low. It's because my water intake has been kind of crappy recently, and I've kind of identified why, so I need to kind of fix it. But basically, it uses some of the properties of gas distribution and oxygen not included, where hydrogen is lighter than oxygen, obviously. When the electrolyzers run, they separate water into hydrogen and oxygen, right? That's how that works. In doing so, hydrogen is lighter than oxygen. There can only ever be one gas in a tile at a time, and this system kind of abuses that to create this, where it's kind of filtering itself to, so that, you know, the hydrogen goes up here, so we're going to use the hydrogen gas for powering it, and then everything here is sucking in the oxygen, which then goes to, you know, we have 3 pipes for it. We have this heat sink here because this is very hot oxygen, or it's usually produced very hot. specifically produces oxygen at least 70 degrees or hotter if the input materials are hotter. So we gotta take that 70-degree oxygen, cool it down in our heatsink, and then distribute it to the base. Which right now the distribution kind of sucks. And that's part of the reason why there's a breathability issue in the base. It's because the distribution kind of sucks and the automosuits tend to eat a lot of the oxygen. Because a lot of people are doing chores outside of the base. Yeah, the idea behind this is that the hydrogen that's produced is then brought to hydrogen generators. It produces power. So the self-powering oxygen machine will power itself, essentially. That's how that works. And then I have this here is basically just a cooling system for the entire thing, where this steam turbine is used to basically delete the heat. And also, you know, the cooling system is also for cooling the oxygen down, etc., etc. But when you first build your spawn, you can just, if you have a, you want to immediately, as soon as you start playing the game, as soon as you start your colony, you want to try and find a spot where you can kind of hoard all of your water into, your water reservoir. You want to designate a spot for that. And early game, when you build a spawn, you can just use your water reservoir as a heatsink for it. And it'll take a while for you to actually heat up that water because, like, oxygen and water have different specific heat capacities. So, it takes oxygen at 1.005 SHC and then water at 4.1. So it takes oxygen 4 times as long to heat up water as it does for water to cool down oxygen. And so you can kind of just bank on that, and then that'll cover cooling down your spawn and get yourself some oxygen early game. So that's how you handle that. Yeah, those are kind of all of the ideas. Oh yeah, I kind of covered the hatch ranches already, but the eggs are specifically delivered to this chamber where they're kind of just dropped into here. This is specifically spare eggs. I still have a system back here where this is kind of a holding chamber for extra hatches, where as long as I have like a decent backup of hatches in here, there's a below 10 count eggs sensor here, where as long as I have 10 hatches or eggs in this room, it'll close off this conveyor chute, and so it'll continue on to this chamber where they're just immediately drowned, and that meat can immediately be thrown into our grill to become barbecue. So our primary food right now is barbecue, and we make just about enough for about 24 duplicates with the 4 hatch ranches and the Drekka ranch over here. This thing is actually like a personal design. Like, I didn't actually copy off of any particular like YouTuber design for this, so I'm kind of proud of it, honestly. We've got this water lock here, which is actually entirely just so that this extra space is counted as part of the stable space, so I can get the maximum 96 tiles. So I can have the maximum number of 8 glossy Drekkos in here. And there's also this, like, ingenious little liquid lock here. They don't like crossing into tiles that have liquids in them. So they will never consider going up onto the ceiling or into this area, which is important because then this auto sweeper can grab anything they drop, which includes the phosphorite that they create whenever they eat, as well as their eggs. And their eggs are sent up into here, where we have a whole lot of Drekos. They're all cramped, and they're all going to be miserable for the end of until the end of the days, because they are literally here as food, as well as to be sheared, because their scales will grow back regardless of how much food they eat, as long as they are submerged in hydrogen, which this area is submerged in hydrogen, obviously. We have like a tiny bit of petroleum here to keep the hydrogen from escaping this room. And that's how that works. And essentially, you know, whenever we have a Dreco in here die because of old age, then we have the critter pickup over here, and it's going to tell them, hey, grab one of these guys and turn them into a breeder Dreco. This is basically just the breeder room, and then this is essentially a killing room with extra stats. Because sometimes you kind of just use the mechanics in creative ways. That's kind of how you play this game, unfortunately. But yeah. So between this and the hatch ranches here, we make enough barbecue for 24 duplicates. And at some point, I am trying to set up a fishing ranch to farm Pakus, because I want to get into making surf and turf. Which will be turning our, 4,000 kilocalories of barbecue and 1,600 kilocalories of cooked seafood into 6,000 kilocalories of surf and turf. That's an increase of calories, as well as a huge plus 12 morale over the barbecue having only a plus 8 morale. That's kind of the target. And so that overall will bump our food budget from 24 duplicates to 32 duplicates. Just immediately. But we do need to actually get surf and turf, or we need to get seafood started. In order to do that, I'm going to need a Paku Ranch. I've been waffling about how I'm going to be doing that, and also I have a bunch of fires to put out. Like, I need water. I really need water, kind of badly. So there's that fire I need to be putting out, and also some other stuff. I do think next chance I get, I really do want to set up a stream where I go from the beginning again. Whether or not I do it on Spaced Out is another question. I might not. Strongly consider it. But it's still going to be like normal start, Spaced Out, where it's still the standard ideal asteroid or whatever. The easiest start to Spaced Out still, to get used to Spaced Out stuff. I am still excited for Frosty Planet, though. I want to get to that eventually, but again, I want to get comfortable with base Spaced Out first. But yeah. Really happy with how the geothermal plant has turned out, though. Did I actually order this with the thermosensor? Yeah, that makes sense. I did. Actually see this kind of in action here. So the reason why the magma is like this is because of the... What's the word I'm looking for? What's it called? The, viscosity. Magma viscosity means that it can reach a certain number of tiles before it becomes a very small amount. And this is set up for that. such that the amount that's going to be pouring over here is going to be small enough where there's only 660 kilograms. That's still a lot of magma, actually. But I think importantly, how is that much magma going in there? I might need to lower the timing on this, honestly. Which one's the green one again? I think it's gonna be this. This particular part I had copied off of the tutorial, but a lot of the other parts of this was kind of just built to... Like, this is kind of the only, like, component that's built to spec. The rest of it is not particularly to spec. It is mostly just, like, I think I need about this much space for this kind of deal. I do want to kind of reduce this to 2... 4, and hopefully that will reduce how much stuff is coming through. I might actually do like 1.53. 1.5. 3. That way I'm not letting through 600 kilograms of magma, because I think that risks us putting through too much magma. The idea being that we put in... Here, say your profile, handsome. A small amount of magma drips into here. And the important thing about the small amount of magma is that depending on... So when this reaches a temperature called the freezing temperature, it will become a solid. However, whether or not it becomes a solid tile or a solid debris chunk, I see you there, Phantom. Whether it becomes a solid tile or a solid debris chunk depends on how much total stuff is there. And if there is, I want to say it's somewhere in the ballpark of like 800 kilograms, it'll become a solid tile. I could be wrong on that, though. The idea is going to be that it puts in just enough in here to where it won't become a solid tile when it freezes. It becomes debris instead. And because debris can't sit in this tile because this is technically a full tile here, even though it's a mesh tile and allows liquids and gases to pass through it, it still doesn't let solids through. So essentially that piece will try and find a tile nearby to go into, and it chooses this tile, which is inside of our steam chamber. And so it will exchange that, 1600 degree temperature with the steam, and that powers the steam turbines. And when steam turbines get power, they'll take in steam and turn that steam into like 95 degree water, which effectively deletes the heat. But really, it's not deleting it, it's just turning that heat into power, essentially. Because, Auction Not Included has a general idea of, equivalent exchange. Meow, you throw cheese at me. Meow, 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 meow. I'm sorry, I'm trying to explain things because we have somebody who's like new to Auction Not Included dropped in, who's been wanting me to like give them tips and stuff. So I was trying to go over some stuff for it. But yeah, so it drops into here, it starts exchanging heat with the rest of the room. And also, we have an auto sweeper here that's going to pick it up and put it into this conveyor loader. And this conveyor loader has currently stocked this entire rail, which snakes all across this room, with this igneous rock. which, you know, as it's kind of like, you know, sitting there and exchanging heat, it's also exchanging heat with all of this igneous rock that sits on the rails. And eventually it'll come up here, where it's also then cooled down to a usable temperature by this metal tile, which is part of the cooling loop for everything. But it's also on a timer, such that once every cycle, it will output exactly 20 kilograms off of the rail, which will then move everything by one spot on this rail once per cycle. So we still have 24 tons of igneous rock here that we can go through, which everything that's kind of sitting over... Actually, no. That's 24 plus 13 tons. Which tends to happen. Sometimes there can be multiple of a... it'll try and condense into one debris part. Yep, that's Phantom for you. Sometimes it'll try and condense into one debris part. Oh, I thought you were talking about Phantom. I didn't realize you were talking about yourself. Stand for your protocol code, kid. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so there's actually like 30 to 40 tons of igneous rock here. So it'll keep cycling some new igneous rock through here. Which, like I said before, there's only a few temp shift plates in here. I want to get in here and add more temp shift plates. Because there's not enough temp shift plates in here, honestly. And also these ladders are made out of sedimentary rock, which has a lower melting point. I kind of want to fix that. But again, I'm not super worried about ladder that's sitting somewhat separated from the temp shift plates here. But yeah, I think, you know, the next time the volcano goes dormant, I'm gonna sneak in here using this little liquid lock here, and then install more temp shift plates to store and communicate across more thermal energy. Because that'll make this a little bit more efficient, because right now it is only kind of efficient. Right now it's efficient enough to operate. Yeah, it is functioning very well, though. So yeah, so now I think it is dripping the right amount. But I want to see when it falls back down to 175 again. Which is taking a while, because it is still chewing through some fresh... That's still quite a bit. Still looks like quite a bit. Well, it looks like it's decent enough. I'll catch it the next time it does this, though. Should be looking at this to see when this drops down. We're at 172. Oh, it might not have enough backed up. We may have already tuned through whatever's there. We have 10 cycles for another eruption now. So it'll probably start to kind of go down in temperature from there. we'll see more steam usage get used as this timer sensor fires. So I might reset timer here for the beginning of the thing. So yeah, so we just delivered a huge chunk over here. Can I limit the amount that this conveyor loader can hold? I don't think I can. Oh well. Yes, this will be idle for another 10 cycles-ish. So yeah, getting some more temp shift plates in here to spread the thermal energy around a bit better would be nice. Yeah, I think this speed is better for the mechanized airlock. It may still need to be slightly faster. Again, as it stands, I haven't seen it, you know, break this tile by becoming a tile of stuff. Yeah, so because of that thing I was talking about earlier with the viscosity of the liquid, it's not pushing across any more liquid at the moment because the volcano has not put out any extra. But we could also shorten this timer. Since we are very clearly putting out... Since we're clearly producing more than we're putting out, we could probably set this back to 299. Have it communicate across this stuff a little bit more often. Also, got a printable ready. Taking Hoxxes IV seed. I was shitposting earlier about using the carbon dioxide geyser here for the oxygen production. And it's just like, oh, we could use a carbon skimmer. It's like, wait, no, carbon skimmer deletes the oxygen. Sorry, deletes the carbon dioxide, not necessarily turns it into oxygen. And we could, in theory, have an oxyfern system off of this carbon dioxide, but like, not a good reason to, I think. I think I'll mostly just add to our union mandated Dr. Pepper supply rather than any sort of other use for it that I can think of off the top of my head. Iris earned a skill point, but I think we're done with Iris' skill points. Yeah, I don't want to give you anything else. Alright, so you do have a pretty hefty morale. But you not being interested in construction, I kind of don't want to do that. Kaifi's also got a skill point. Let's get Kaifi some plumbing. Is Kaifi already off of soda? Yeah, you're already off of soda and on coffee. Good. honestly, considering how I'm just not getting dev work done this week, fuck it. How about tomorrow, instead of me struggling to have the brain power for dev, I could just you know what? I'm now realizing we might not have enough people doing supply tasks that can actually access this door. Which I gotta figure out how to fix that, actually. I might have to put somebody on permanent. Actually, probably end up just being Titan Seeker, honestly. As it stands, Titan Seeker, you do not have priority on supplying. I'm gonna give you priority on supplying, honestly. As it stands, I'm gonna make, I'm gonna put the research things on priority 9. Actually, I'll put them on, like, priority 7. 8, I think is fine. 7 is, like, chore priority, which I want these to be on chore priority 7. And I want... Actually, no, I'll put them on priority 7. I think makes sense. Again, it's like, I do not have any research I need right now. Anyways. I keep getting distracted. I think we need to try and get our water shortage sorted. So let's get this built already. We need to bring our power spine up. I think this is part of why I end up getting distracted, is because I really need to fix this power spine. So I want to have it be, like... I think having it be this spot, so that it's, you know, going into these transformers here, makes a lot of sense. So I'm going to kind of use that as a template. We are using iron, which I think will be fine. We have more gold than iron at the moment, which honestly, you know what we should probably be doing? Let's order up some more gold. Think let me find steam turbine. Oh boy. I need to destroy some ladders real quick. As such, let's get some cemetery rock ladders here to make this other side accessible. I need to place you there. Might as well do this. I have a liquid output here, although I do also still need to vent this out. So I'll need to put utilities. Thermo aqua tuner. right here. With a liquid pipe thermosensor right here. I'm also going to need... Oh, fuck. They got themselves trapped in there. I had a feeling it was going to happen. Alright, now I can get themselves out of there. Alright. I want a thermosensor here. Can do... Make sure it's gold wire. I mean, lead's melting point is pretty high. It's higher than what we need it to be. But I still don't want to use lead in a location like this. Oh, also, no, the thermal container is made out of steel. Good. That's what it needs to be. Trying to figure out what all we need here. I don't think we need 2 power transformers. But we can start with 1 here, and if we need a second one, we'll have plenty of space for it, and we'll just make this part of the cooling loop here. The idea being, steam turbine goes right here. And I think before we get water in here, I want to vacuum this out. Although, actually, no, because we need a liquid lock to keep this vacuumed. So I think what we actually do is... I establish a liquid lock here. So I need a bottle emptier here. That means we'll need to place that there. Oh, for fuck's sake. That means that we actually need to have it be like this. Which is annoying, but whatever. But they'll at least be able to get in and out of there. And then we can do... gas over here. And that means that all of our substation stuff will be over here. So you can go ahead and throw down large power transformer right there. And if we need a second one, we can put it over here. Easy peasy. We will need... Let's go ahead and just get rid of these ladders. Because we'll need a battery here. Go ahead and set up the insulated piping ahead of time. I believe this is the way we normally do this. Where I have it over the output, right? Yes. That's how I normally do this. Insulate pipe down here. Then I actually want to put liquid pump here. Which we will, of course, need a thermosensor here. This can be You know, I say this can be lead, except this is our water supply. I mean, lead poisoning isn't real in oxygen not included, but something in my brain tells me I shouldn't put lead in our water supply. Or shouldn't use lead parts in our water supply. That just sounds like a bad time. Okay, so that kind of establishes that where's our water intake going to be? That's where I need to figure out. I think it's going to be right here. Yeah. That's community across to here. Which it goes through these sieves, which it doesn't really need to be going through those sieves, but I have that there in just in case. So we can send it to this pipe, which is perfect. Oh yeah, because that's where my steam condenser is. That makes sense. Okay, so we take insulated liquid pipe. We can just go ahead and make it igneous rock for now. Bit of a long run, but it'll be fine. And that's kind of just to designate that that's going to be where that is, so that I know where we're sending this stuff. Radiant liquid pipes, always out of gold. I think we can do something like this. How much is that using? That's about 2 tons. It'll be fine. Again, we're making a ton already. I'm gonna just end it here, and I might just close this part off. I need to be right over the thing. All right, and then I may just use liquid pipes here because it's gonna be inside of this anyways. Also, connect these. It's gonna be inside the insulation anyways, so I think we can get away with just making it like, just make it igneous rock normal pipe, so we can save a little bit on resources here. Okay. Cool. Let's throw a battery here. This does not need to be made out of steel. I don't know what the fuck you're thinking. I don't know what you're smoking there. I might make it out of iron. No. Seems you have a little bit more iron. So that'll be made out of heavy watt, which the heavy watt's going to come across from here. We have it fish down into here. Have it pop up. You can't run heavy watt wire through tiles. That's kind of the rule. So that's going to be for the steam engine and the battery. Cool and cool. And then we have it come down here, and if we need another transformer, we can put it over here. But for now, we probably won't. Then we use the conductive wire. We use iron. We'll power that, though we will need to kind of connect it to something, which we're going to throw a high-pressure gas vent. Over here for now. Some basic gas pipe up there. But we will need to get this liquid lock done first and foremost. At which point I'm actually going to do, like, disconnect it for now until we get this locked up. Once we get it locked up, I am going to replace the gas pump with a liquid output, because then we also need to grab the water from here. Although, can I mop that? I absolutely can. Perfect. And that's 200 kilograms, though. They might not be able to mop this polluted water. I just want to get this kind of cleaned up. And I'm just going to use this water for the this chamber. That way I don't have to pull from our already suffering water supply. As for the liquid lock, though, we're just going to use petroleum, as we usually use for our liquid locks now. Okay. Good so far. Automation. Do you also need to hook this up? Use iron just in case. And we're just going to do a basic ore circuit. Hey, look, we've just created an ore circuit. Okay. That should be all we need there. Even though, again, there's a good chance that I might not need the thermo sensor there, but just in case. Again, we're only ever dealing in 95 seawater, but I still want to make sure. I tend to err on the side of caution with cooling systems. So yeah, as it stands, it's 1.2 kilowatts for the opportuner. The gas pump is still only going to be 240. We do also want to power this liquid pump, but that's also only going to be 240. Which for this, we can also... Oh, no, not wire. We want conductive wire. Heavens, no. Okay, so connect that up to the pump. And then there's potentially going to be other things here that we can power off of that. Again, that's 1.2 and then plus 240. That's still far from 2 kilowatts. Likely we're going to need us a... Oh, wait! Fuck, that's right. I need this to not do this. Because we need to process this first. I just realized. That actually, yeah, this whole thing needs to be revised a little bit. Because we still need cooling for the steam turbine. And also, you know, the power transformer. So probably what we actually need to do... let me look. Refinement. Desalinator. Desalinator is 480 watts. I'm gonna have to do math. I hate it. 480, 240, 1200. That's 1920. That'll still run off of 1 power. I mean, we could also just throw the desalinator on the heavy watt. Like, it's... I do kind of want someone to come over and clean it every now and then. So I guess that's the challenge. Yeah, let me go into pipes, make sure these are disconnected. until we fix that. Where do I want to put the desalinator? It's 4 tiles. I could throw it here then, honestly. No, because I don't want it to be near where the heavy lot is. I kind of want to throw it under, you know, closer to the pump. So I guess we put it here. And then we need to kind of improve what this cooling loop looks like. So you can have the water output of the steam engine go directly down like this. Hang on, because this needs to be a complete loop. Which means it would need to be like one line here, and one line here. Need this to be an insulated liquid pipe. We'll run with ceramic, just in case. Also going to have like a single igneous rock liquid pipe going up here. That's going to be for the water input to fill this guy up. So further fixes. I need to get them to remove these ladders. Hopefully nobody gets stuck in here again. As it stands, I actually need to go into this view, cancel these pipes real quick. Actually, I might need to not do that. So I think I actually want the pipes to go down here, and then up, and then cool off the steam turbine. And then come into the room here. Which, I think they should be able to reach that. Let's go insulated liquid pipe. Leave that like that for now. Go back to insulated liquid pipe, but this one can just be igneous rock. Although down here we're gonna use sedimentary rock. Liquid bridge over this, although I think it's gonna just end up being like cancel liquid pipe. Because we want to do desalinator probably here, actually. Actually, yeah, here. Let me do... Make sure to set the buildings. Throw desalinator here. And we'll have, like, the cooling loop actually go through these tiles, basically. And have the output of the water system run through bridges. to go down to the colony. So we'll throw, like, a couple of radiant pipes here, and then go back to sedimentary rock pipes. We're gonna have to come up through here, because we can't build inside of this neutronium. And then have igneous rock run through this. Switch back to sedimentary rock. And actually have a couple tiles of radiant piping here. And so we actually don't need we don't need kind of double of that. Also, hang on. Should be connected like that. The idea is water comes after here. It needs to cool the geyser water first. That's the more important part of the system, and then it cools off the rest of the machinery. Pulling off this. Take the sedimentary rock up through here, bridge it across the steam engine output, at which point we then connect it to this radiant pipe, and then down through here to go into the actual cooling system. And then also disconnect this. We'll leave those two pipes in there just in case we need to change how the system works. Though we probably don't need to, but... Alright. That's the cooling loop we want. So might as well bring that all the way over there. And there we go. Hopefully nobody gets stuck. Oh hey, this is set up, which means I can tell them to start bottling up some petroleum and bringing it over here. That way we can start getting this sucked out. Also, if we can please sweep up this gold. Whilst we're working on that, quick pump, no power. Just connect it then. Oh, we can't reach over here. Let's fix that. So we get that side of the power spine set up. I feel like there might be other things we need here. I think for now this is fine. Oh, cool. Now I can get that desalinator in here. Desalinator. Funk. Ah, the fly is back in my room. Gosh darn it. I do need to be making sure that I drink water. Okay. Right, liquid bridge. Just down through here. then insulated pipe to connect up with the output of the system. Cool. Okay, delivering in some petroleum to get this stuff blocked off. Is that actually enough? That's enough petroleum. Get this guy deconstructed. Hopefully we won't need it again. Okay. Chugging along with this. What else do you guys are chugging along with that? There might be two... No, apparently we can actually mop that. Cool. Yeah, because I mostly just don't want there to be any polluted water in this output. Perfect. So now, let's get this out of here. Let's get a liquid bridge up here. I can do that. Very much a temporary pipe that doesn't need to stay here, but we kind of need it to be here. And we'll go ahead and just connect this across, and now this can get powered. But it's not going to have anywhere to send the water until we can get everything else set up here. In fact, actually, I'm probably going to... I mean, as it stands, this actually doesn't need... This doesn't go anywhere anyways until we remove this gas pump and replace it with the water output that's going to be here later. Alright. Hopefully we can finish that project before we run out of water, because, oh boy, we are running out of water. That's actually a lot faster than I thought it was going to be. Oh boy. We really gotta get that fixed. This water is 27 degrees. This water that we've been using for the oil processing is 27 degrees. I might steal some of that in emergency. I have an idea. This is going to be very cursed. Also, we're auto-saving. Because we need to kind of solve this, like, right now. Here's an idea. We deconstruct this, it becomes a 5-kilogram bucket of water. Sweep that. Priority 9. And then replace it with another water reservoir. So priority 9. Sweeping that will just add 5 tons of water to our system. Which, oh boy, this is getting desperate. Put this on a priority 7. Hopefully we prioritize that over this thing. So what's our thing here set to? High threshold of 50. We're at 50% now, right? We shouldn't be taking any water from our system, from our reservoir, until this goes back down to 10. At which point, let's see if we can try and throw some extra water into that. I think we have like an intake pipe somewhere that we could use for this. What's this water? Oh, hey. I already had a similar idea recently. You know what? We should just do that. Let's steal some water from this pipe. And that'll supply our spawns for a while. We are also sweeping up the 5 kilograms we stole from it earlier. Yeah, we kind of have an ingest line here, sort of thing. That's just processing this cesspool. Why are there so many fish here? They're just hanging out here. That's weird. Also, I think there's some... What's Regolith doing there? That's weird. Well, regardless. I wonder if that's why they were all sitting there, is because they got their pathfinding fucked up by that Regolith falling. Oh, I see. Their atmosphere is crude oil, so that's why they're wilted. Okay. Interesting. Everything else is chugging along nicely. But yeah, so I'm now stealing water. So this is some warm water, so we can't use this directly in our reservoir. But we can certainly use it to fuel our spawn. So we can save on water from that. Again, the water that we use for our spawn can be basically any temperature as long as it's not hotter than 70 degrees. Take some briar seeds, I guess. Okay. Getting there with this thing. Still need to connect a power wire to this. I don't need to prioritize stuff just yet. Okay, thermosensor. You need to be set above 200 degrees. So if somehow this cooling chamber was above 100 degrees, or sorry, 200 degrees, it should automatically kick on the steam turbine to delete heat. But again, considering we're only dealing with 95 degrees Celsius water, I doubt it's ever going to get that bad, but just in case. Alright, we can actually just go ahead and get this connected and pump everything out of that room. So I might just get this set up and uncork this carbon dioxide geyser ahead of time, just so I can get it analyzed, and so I can immediately start contributing to cooling this salt water. Oh, this needs to be powered. I forgot to powered it. So let's get this hooked up. So yeah, this is becoming a vacuum, slowly but surely. It's not a very large space, so it should become a vacuum pretty fast. Keyword should. Annoyingly, this pump did not get automated properly, but it got powered. Which means I need to disconnect this until that wire gets done, and then somebody needs to come and empty this pipe out. Because otherwise, that's going to be, you know, very hot water coming in here. And also, priority 9, please and thank you. Yeah, okay, it's gonna run through it anyways. Gosh darn it. Oh well. I think our water supply can tank the hit. I think the water supply can tank the hit, I think. So I think it'll be fine, actually. Yes, I am now stealing water. Half the water from our cesspool processor is being used to supply our spawn for now. And we're sweeping up water from other places on the map. Anyways. Oh hey, we've got a vacuum in here. Perfect. Deconstruct this. On a high priority, please and thank you. Yeah, that was fast to get that vacuumed. And get that swept up, please and thank you, on priority 7. Alright, smart battery. You're gonna be set to 95, 70. I should probably 9580. What's my usual cooling battery set at? $95.80. Yeah, so $95.80 should be the right value for that. did sweep that iron. So let's get a liquid vent right here. Priority 6 for these. We shouldn't have much else going on in terms of work, but... You know what else we need to get? We need to get some polluted water in there. By the way, did I set the sensor on this? I did not. I mean, I'll do 10 degrees. Should be enough for this brick. We don't have any good nearby locations of just polluted water, unfortunately. I'm gonna have to run it from somewhere pretty distant. This is empty. I may have to, like, filter it, potentially, from somewhere. I want to be using polluted water for this. Because if I do want it to be 10 degrees, it would make sense. There's a bunch of polluted water there I could potentially use. I think this is actually marginally closer and might have more. Actually, this might just be enough, potentially. As it stands, 10 kilograms per packet with about 60 tiles, 600 kilograms. Yeah, in theory, a tile would handle this fine. Oh, also, you know what I should probably do? I need somewhere along here a liquid reservoir for the cooling. Can I rotate these? I cannot rotate these. Understandable. Okay. At which point, I don't think there's enough polluted water down here for it. Oh, wait, there might be enough polluted water here, though. Wait. Oh, there's a bunch of polluted water down here. Hold on. Oh, that's way closer. That's perfect. That is way fucking closer. I was using this polluted water to fill up this cooling loop, but there's plenty of polluted water here. We just need to set up a really jank piping solution to get it out of here. But that's fine. That's doable. Hang on. Let me actually set this up. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, that is actually perfect. Right. And then, yeah, okay. Liquid bridge here. Let's get a liquid pipe over there. I should really... Hang on. I don't know what this is here for, but let's deconstruct this fucker. And the pipes from it. Oh. Oh, Hammy. Meow. Thank you for headbutt. Okay. Yeah, so I want to bring the pipe this way. This is gonna take a while, and some of this is not reachable, so let's fix that. Okay, yeah, I'm starting to see insufficient oxygen generation, but we should be fine on it. Keyword should. What is going on? Why are you not running? Why is there petroleum in our lines? Excuse me? Huh? What the fuck? How? How the fuck did we get petroleum in our lines? Oh, fuck. Shit. This is our space line. This is our space line. Oh, panic. I'm gonna get the liquid out of here. I'm actually gonna put this on high alert. We need to get that out of there, and we need to do this right now. This is not good. They're gonna be damaged too. How the fuck did that happen? Okay, shit. It's not, pulling it out, though. Let's throw a liquid bridge in here. Again, high priority. To force that liquid out of there. Oh, son of a bitch. Wait, what do you mean max gas pressure? Huh? Ah, fuck. What is going on there? Oh, there's petroleum all over the floor. I'm gonna have to break into there. I'm gonna break into through here. Hopefully there's enough oxygen here that it's not going to override this with any other stuff. Okay, and then mop on this priority. Cancel that pipe. This mop is gonna reach that anyways. How the fuck did that happen? Alright. And then sweep. Oh, what the fuck? Why is there stuff here? I think I know why, but still. Let's sweep this. Get these on priority yellow. But there's still... Hang on. Return these to priority 7, because I think they're repaired already. They're still taking wrong element damage. Why are they still taking wrong element damage? How did we get petroleum in this? It might be because we were directly pulling from this. Okay, yeah, there's damage down here. Which means that there's petroleum in this system. But I think it's already out of the system, I want to say. But not confident. I think it's out of the system. But again, trying to find any other bits of petroleum that have gotten stuck in the system. Fuck me. I really should have set up a filter for that. There's still fucking petroleum here. I'm gonna reduce this back all to priority 9. I think some people need to be taking a break, but we do need to fix this ASAP. Our oxygen can last a bit, but we need to fix this ASAP. What do you mean storage unavailable? What do you mean storage unavailable? Shit. Damn it, damn it, damn it. This sucks. This sucks. Oh, we're gonna be taking oxygen and oxygen damage on these guys. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Sucks. Petroleum sweep only. And destroy these tiles to get us a little bit of extra storage for our petroleum here. Okay. This is a real right fucking disaster. This is the music to be playing for this too. Okay. We autosave, of course. Priority 9 mop. We are clear of petroleum. Except for this petroleum. And I don't want that to potentially get inside of the system, so I need this to be cleaned up first. I am not bothering with that printable right now. Alright. Move this to here real quick. Just to get it out of the way for now. And then... build these priority 9. And then just hope for the best. We're fixing up everything. I think our disaster, our crisis, may have been averted, potentially. Or not necessarily averted, just addressed. We might be getting some slime lung in the colony. We're getting a little bit of slime lung in the colony. Or maybe we're not. We actually don't see any. Which is better than I was hoping, but, yeah, that's a concern. Oh, hang on. Disconnect that. Make sure we're not venting any more extra water than we need to. Phew, phew, phew. I might need to throw a filter in there just to make sure that future damage doesn't happen to the system. Oh, that was nerve-wracking. That was stressing. Yeah, thankfully, none of this oxygen seems to be germy now. Which is better. What is this running? Potential load 1835. Is running that. Oh, it's running the ranch over here. Okay. I think we could afford to throw a filter on this. Just using this power wire here. So, let's do that. Because I do not want that to happen again. Really do not want that to happen again. Liquid bridge here. And then we do liquid pipe like that. Let's get it powered. Conductive wire bridge. Conductive wire. I really don't want that to happen again. If we're gonna potentially deal with that, I do not want there to be damage and petroleum in our spawn. That is hugely bad news bears. Alright. Our oxygen is becoming normal again. We are still seeing some purple, though. Look at you, purple. You really shouldn't be purple. That was stressful. Far more stress than that needed to be. Eventually lost a bunch of hydrogen to that too. Actually, I think we lost hydrogen, but we definitely lost some of the oxygen in there. Why are we taking damage again? Oh, son of a bitch. Ah! Hang on. Water filter. Anything that isn't water, space it. Fuck. Make sure there's no other petroleum in here. I need to mop that, because I don't want that to get our oxygen stuck again. Break this shit again. Wait, actually, yeah, let's be... No, this should be fine. We'll lose a little bit of hydrogen. We'll be fine. I don't know why there keeps getting stuff in there, but whatever. Okay. Sweet priority 9. Please and thank you. And as soon as we get that, I need to close that back up. Tired of this thing getting broken. Check our materials again. No liquids. Only gas. Priority 9. Cool. I said priority 9. Can we get it fixed, please? Oh boy. That's gonna be all sorts of damage we're having to deal with. Let's get this mopped up, please. Thank you. I don't know where this came from. Why is there salt water here now? Why is there salt water there? Oh, that fucks that up. No, you need to filter that. Fuck's sake. Okay, calm down. Calm down. Oh boy, it sure is a lot of fires I'm needing to put out. just gonna dig this out. Build a couple more layers of ladder. Just gonna dig the rest of this. So I need this much. We just need to get that salt water below the polluted water. This has been an absolute nightmare. There's too much water here because I wasn't paying attention. Yeah. I'm gonna need to solve some things here. How bad is our water supply? It's getting better. So I'm going to need to put a liquid pump here. But I also need hydro sensor right here, and need it to be connected via automation because I don't want this to be fucking forgotten again. Priority 5 the pump. Priority 9 the automation for it. This is a nightmare. Any other nightmares going on? Our oxygen is doing okay-ish. It still really needs to be better. I may just tell them to start turning on this oxygen diffuser over here. We've got 250 tons of algae. I think we can run the oxygen diffuser for a little bit. And just cross our fingers that things get better. I'm just gonna reject all. That bristleberry is just gonna rot, honestly. I mean, yeah, we can sweep it into our system, but it's just gonna rot. So I really need to clean this up. Except I'm gonna put that on like priority 4. This needs to be cleaned up. Alright. not powered. That's fine. Just power it off of this. You want this to be polluted water filtered. Specifically, polluted water go up there, not polluted water will be dropped into there. Okay, cool. That's all we need. Which it needs to still be connected up here. I'm putting everything on 9 because we are in crisis mode right now. Sweep this water, please. Alright. Hydro sensor. Send green signal if above... How many tiles we got here? 12 tiles. Oh yeah, so we want like 30, so 60 kilograms. As long as it is above 60 kilograms, get this shit out of here. Why are you not going? Excuse me? Oh! That would be why. Honestly, at that point, I might as well just make the bridge across the space water, or space pipe. And disconnect this for now. Get this flowing out of here faster. Fucking figures. Oh, are we starting to get cooling loop liquid? I guess we are. Awesome. I'm actually going to, like, disconnect this real quick and just have it continually fill up some extra water before reconnecting it. And that should give us plenty of reservoir. Now that might end up... I'm actually going to set this to 40 real quick. Until we're actually ready to get this swept up. Or get this closed off, I should say. Which we should definitely actually get these ladders deconstructed. And then we'll just put the one tile of insulated tile right there once we're ready for it. How are you above 40? Jeez. I should just put this to 75, honestly. I just don't want that thermo sensor, or thermal octuner to run until we have the correct amount of water in here. And actually, I might just set this to 100 kilograms. That's 50 a tile, which is fine. That is an on the safe side kind of thing. Also gonna connect this across to just let all of that out. There we go. Cool. We're getting down there. And it's still a vacuum in here, so that's fine. And this can be set to 25 degrees water. Alright, so I'm going to put this desalinator on priority 7, chore priority. So I want to make sure that it gets emptied out whenever it's full of salt. That's kind of the byproduct of turning salt water into water, obviously. Alright. Hopefully we should have no other issues going on. Actual fucking nightmare having to deal with that. Okay, we're getting down there now. Again, only really need 100 kilograms, which is 60 per tile. I think I do want to come in here and uncork the carbon dioxide geyser. Which interestingly ended up being Tengu over here. Autosave. Priority 6 analyze. Okay, we're getting there on the thing. So soon we can get this fixed. Alright. Now, disconnect that. Deconstruct those pipes. And deconstruct this liquid pump. We'll also get rid of this hydro sensor as soon as we get rid of the pump first. Now that we've already gotten rid of the pump, though, we should be able to connect this liquid pipe and then get the liquid vent back in here. sweep priority 6, please. Welcome back, Phantom. We've been putting out... Come on. I don't need to be dealing with cheese right now. I'm dealing with so much shit with the freaking colony. There's been fires upon fires upon fires that I've been having to put out all over the colony. Because we were running low on water, I decided to start pulling water from our petroleum cesspool here, or the polluted water cesspool that we're using to power our oil well. And it turns out that there was some petroleum stuck in our cesspool, and it broke our electrolyzer setup. And I had to break in here and clean that up, which was a nightmare. So our oxygen is once again back to having a bad situation again. But hopefully it should be clearing up. We actually got an extremely breathable oxygen situation going on here, which is surprising. I don't know how that happened. Okay. And now we're trying to fix this again. We unfortunately put too much water in here, so I had to get something to clean up the water and send it back into here. Actually, it's kind of spilling into other locations, unfortunately, but whatever. Once we get this gold amalgam swept up, we should be able to start boxing this back up. Doesn't tell me who's going to sweep it up, though. Because the errand ends up communicating on the thing they're going to sweep it to. Here's Nova. Alright. That should be covered. If this insulate tile here, priority 7, please. We could probably start cooling the water. That guy can just build it from there. Cool. Alright. 24 degrees. Alright. Cooling loop running. Cooling loop running. Sorry. Let's disconnect this for now. Almost done researching this geyser. Yes, this room is now closed off. And again, once, hopefully the carbon dioxide produced by this geyser can actually start cooling off, or helping with, not necessarily, because we did do the math and it's gonna only do like 25 degrees of change over time. But it'll still help out. It's helping. Alright. Which part of what I want to do is I'll throw a gas reservoir down here somewhere. As our gas output for the system. I could just throw it... I want to put it nearby, but not too nearby. I could also... could throw it here where we normally have our reservoir. Or just have it meet up with this system, honestly. In fact, I probably actually want it to be part of the carbon dioxide chiller system down here. So I'll probably end up having it meet up here specifically. Oh, I forgot to destroy this gas pipe. Well, that sucks. Oh well. But hey, starting to work at it. Hang on, real quick. I'm gonna disconnect us real quick just to let some of this pass by. And then reconnect that. And then reconnect that. Because I noticed that I don't want that 58-degree packet stuck in there. So there we go. Okay. I am at 2200, which is normally my cutoff time, but I want to go a little further just because I was super late to start anyways. I'm gonna get this solved. Real quick, I'm going to sweep up what's in here on the carbon dioxide geyser. We do have the analysis complete. It is currently dormant for 41 cycles. That's fine. Yeah, this turned into steam very fast. We had a lot of, Actually, gonna set this to 165 just in case. We have a lot of heat to chuck through. Let's have an overheat temperature. It does not. Cool. Yeah, it should be set to above that. Okay, speaking of, how'd this system come out? This is above 21, it will kick this on. At which point it does not care about the temperature of the water coming in, which is good. That's kind of how the new system's working, where it should be measuring what's coming out of the reservoir, because that's, you know, how much the thermoelectric tuner is going to affect it. So yeah, so now we're getting in 7.7 degree water. Yeah, that's how that works. Awesome. Okay. That's functioning better. Okay, let's figure out the carbon dioxide here. And I do want a I want a gas reservoir, and that's because the gas reservoir can help me tell whether or not the system is actually backed up or not. Also, if I am going to be doing this, I do think I need another power transformer for this. Second power transformer to handle the polluted oxygen, or sorry, the carbon dioxide system. Okay. So I want, as soon as this autosave's over, gas reservoir. Plonked right down here. This way I'm going to have a gas shutoff that goes right here. Going to have gas pump inside of here. With an insulated gas pipe. I'm gonna have come across here, but I need to deconstruct all of this. Make sure I'm on this screen so I can disconnect that correctly. I'm actually going to move the shutoff up here. Oh. Hello, Phantom.
Maintain hydration levels.
Yeah.
Tactical repositioning requested.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So deconstruct this. Move it over here. I'm actually going to have like a switch. Yeah, signal switch right here. Wait, no. Go with a 175. And the idea will be that send a green signal when the reservoir is less than low threshold full until high threshold is reached again. And the red signal runs through the reservoir is high threshold full until low threshold is reached again. So we want a NOT gate here. And connect the rest of this up. Then, go with sedimentary rock gas pipe. It's gonna go to space. And if it doesn't need to go to space, we go through here. I want to find where our carbon dioxide chiller is. It's down here. I didn't even realize I made that gas pipe out of ceramic. Crazy. So across there, like that. So continually fill up this reservoir, and then if the reservoir fills up, then it'll start spacing new carbon dioxide. However, we're actually going to make it space carbon dioxide by default because, or we're going to have it spaced by default because there's a bunch of polluted oxygen in here. I'm going to space it until we get only carbon dioxide in here. That is a plan. For that, I actually want to do... I need an AND gate. There needs to be a certain level of atmosphere, as well as a certain temperature before we will allow this to pump. So connect that like that, connect you like this, and connect you like this. We are going to need a couple of sedimentary rock ladders so that we can actually reach those.
Head pats incoming.
I get a head pat. Oh, Stinger Pro Colexo. Hey, how are you doing? A little bit. I'm still stressed out. And not necessarily because of the stuff that's been going on in this game, by the way. Oxygen not included stress is separate from real life stress. These are two separate stresses. Just letting you know, because we've been having some fires in the colony. Huge fires, very disastrous fires. We've managed to bounce back from most of it. Oh, we're actually super bouncing back. How are we bouncing back this hard from that, actually? Now that I think about it. Wow. That's a lot of oxygen. How have we managed to bounce back that hard now? Interesting. That's a lot more breathable than it was even before the disaster. I've been running into some issues where our water supply has been running a little low. Doing alright, just gaming right now. Understandable. You're running into an issue where our water supply was running low. So to counteract that, I was stealing water from our cesspool processor thing that's normally used for our oil well. I stole some water from that. And it turns out that there was a little bit of petroleum in that water. That petroleum got into our oxygen machine and broke the fuck out of it. So we were getting suffocated for a bit. So I had to break into this, mess it up quite a bit to go in and clean it. The insidious thing is that these airflow tiles, if there's a small amount of liquid on top of it, you can't see it. So I couldn't even tell that there was something going on until it was too late. So that sucked. Other fires that needed to be put out. Just setting up a new water intake system has been kind of a pain. Oh boy, there's all sorts of nastiness going on over here. We really need to clean a lot of this stuff up. What other problems do we have? We're still working on fine-tuning the thing went dormant. But this has been working pretty well, though. We still have 1100 degree rock over here. Actually, since it's dormant, I was saying I wanted to break in here and add more temp shift plates. But I want to address this first. We need to fix up this first. Also, I'm going to go ahead and snip this real quick, just in case things don't get set up properly. And I do also need... I need to set up a second large power transformer here. Which actually requires me to... Oh, well, it's already here, so I can actually just do... replace these with radiant liquid pipes. Perfect. Power. So we drop the heavy watt wire down here. And I think we hook up this wire up through here. And then bridge here to connect it across the heavy watt, like that. Again, this wire can handle desalinator, pump, and aqua tuner. So this will be for everything with the carbon dioxide processing, which is really only going to be the 250. So it's the 240 from the pump, and then the 10 from the gas shutoff, which is mostly just going to be, hey, are we producing more carbon dioxide than we need? If so, space it. Actually, I'm going to come in here and disconnect this just in case. Looks like the connection... Oh, it's almost done. The connection to our carbon dioxide chiller is almost done. Well, it's actually just about done now. But, once again, I do need to get this vacuumed out. Kind of high priority this stuff, just to get this constructed enough to where we can seal this up. And also start configuring these things. Thermosensor. Send green signal if above... Again, I think 69 was the value that we found before. We did all the math to find out exactly how good this carbon dioxide geyser is going to be. It's about 69 degrees. Nice. That's going to be the best case scenario for it. You also want the atmo sensor to only do 500 grams. I should do like 100. No, 500 should be fine. It's technically the carbon dioxide geyser is a liquid geyser, and so that should have a much higher overpressure limit. So that should be fine. Well, actually, we're going to do, like, above 20 temporarily. And then probably adjust to 69 later. Honestly, probably don't actually even need the thermosensor now that I think about it. Because again, it's going to go to our chiller anyways. In fact, I kind of want to, like, move it. where it's kind of integrated with this line, potentially. Why did this get stuck again? Of course it did. Let's just get this configured. And I'm gonna throw a gas bridge here. I can then take this. Also build a gas bridge here. And this way I can just connect this into this instead. That way it will prioritize emptying the natural gas generators. And it won't break the, because the pipes here got confused, it looks like, because of the likely input here, or output here, I guess. It's weird that that messed it up. Oh, but you know what? It's probably because, like, this was here. This gas shutoff is an output, so it wants to get output from this into that input to the gas shutoff. So that's probably why the system got confused. Okay. Cooling loop still hasn't gotten our water down to the right temperature. It's apparently still struggling a bit. But eventually it's gonna get there. Okay. It'll get there eventually, I think. But it is a bit of an uphill battle. Let's actually get in here real quick on a priority 9 sweep. Let's go ahead and get this closed up. What'll probably help out with this system is getting this closed up. This can also get closed up, by the way. So we'll go ahead and throw that there. Come here. I am indeed Robot Cat Lady. Priority 6. Thankfully, the signal switch does look like it is defaulting to on. So we can go ahead and connect that over. And it's going to start pumping everything into space for now. Probably want this on a high priority, please, and thank you. We do need to get that water situation solved. There we go. Also, I'm actually going to set Atmos sensor to um, below a bajillion. I'm just gonna set that to default on for now, basically. Because we do need to kind of vacuum this place out. I'm also going to want to come in here and throw some temp shift plates down. I wish I could have set some temp shift plates in here, but eh. Yeah, make a diamond. Boop, 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 boop. I have not enough diamond. Cool. Fuck. That's a problem. I guess we make it out of igneous rock then. There we go. Put this on a higher priority. We did already analyze that. Looks like we've got a vacuum in here. Cool. So this should already be ready for the geyser to erupt in 36 cycles. Whatever. It's gonna take a while for it to... I mean, it is a lot of polluted water, so it's actually not super surprising. Not polluted water, but salt water. It's a lot of water, which means that it's a lot of thermal mass. Since the tank is entirely full. Pipe blocked. Why exactly are you pipe blocked? Oh. Go ahead and run that through. That's hot water, but again, it's just gonna average out with what's already in there. We go temperature overlay. That's gonna handle itself fine. Okay. Temp shift plates in place. Everything's swept up. Let's go ahead and close this off. And hopefully they don't get themselves stuck inside. They shouldn't. Oh, wait. I just realized something. Hang on. No, I'm missing something. This actually needs to be an AND gate. Hang on. I actually need to fix this automation. There needs to be an AND gate here. Where the other one needs to be a hydro sensor. Get that done. Because you don't want their pump to run if there isn't enough water to actually pump. And we actually want the water to kind of stay at a certain level so that the liquid pipes here can actually, you know, cool it. So I want this to be above 999 kilograms. Alright. That way we connect you, disconnect you, and that'll be how that runs. Cool. Now we can close this up. In theory, that should be fine. No, we are not breathing pure nitrogen dishizzle, but standard green protocol and welcome to the stream. I don't know why you keep asking me that. I don't even think you have any interest in this game anyways, but if you would like to learn what's going on, I can certainly help you understand it. Or at least try to. Okay, there we go. So now that's all its own encased system. Might actually go through and encase the whole thing, honestly. Which would require me to make some thermally isolated joints. Or some joint plates for the heavy watt wire. Or I could just have the gas reservoir be outside of it. I'm still gonna need to thermally isolate it. I think it's fine, because this isn't super hot. I mean, it's a little hot. We should be cooling it. Yeah, so it has to catch up with a lot of thermal energy all over the place. For sure. And until this thing cools down, or until this thing erupts in 35 cycles, it's not going to have a whole lot of help to it. I should go ahead and switch this off now, though, because now we should only ever get carbon dioxide in here. I might come in here and throw some temp shift plates in there, but it's not necessary. Anyways. Our water's looking a little bit better now, though. As long as our space system doesn't have any not polluted water, but petroleum, then we should be doing better on whatever broke the fucking oxygen machine. Overall, everything should be fixed. Keyword should. Yeah, I may end up changing it so that this cool slush geysers just go straight to liquid tepidizer instead of being used to try and cool down these vents. So that they are just exclusively used for pinch of pepper plant farming. And then I just use some traditional cooling loops with steam engine for this water geyser and this cool steam vent. And at that point, we're going to have a whole lot of extra water, I think, potentially. Also, take fried mushroom. Get it swept up, please, and thank you. Okay. Our geothermal is looking a little cold. But again, I think everything is solved with this. And we're just waiting on it to shoot through all of that thermal mass. It's still taking a while for it to go through it. It's gonna take it a while. Why is there stress? Why do you have stress? Wondering if maybe they just had stress because of the, I mean, I feel like it might have just been the several house fires that we needed to put out earlier that caused this. I don't know. Oh yeah, I never refreshed this. Come on. There we go. Okay. Things are looking a little bit better. Actually, yeah, what did we figure out that this averaged out to? Oh yeah, it's 37 degrees that this averaged out to. Might also set up some additional automation back here to allow the power control station to run if we're starting to need power on the, if we're leaning on the natural gas generators more than normal, so, like, maybe a really, really long buffer. If we're leaning on the, nat gas generators for too long, with a buffer gate, potentially, or detect it with a buffer gate, then we could then turn on the power control station. Because right now, the power control station does have automation. Specifically, it needs to know that we have a reservoir of natural gas. That's part of what it needs. But adding in an additional AND case where we need to be requiring the natural gas generators to be running for longer than a cycle. So I want to add that into the system. It's not a buffer gate, it has to be a filter gate. And that's what I was thinking of. So if these guys have been running... Just want to see. Filter gate, maximum of 200 seconds. I might need, like, multiple filter gates then. Might need several filter gates. Unless it lets me, hold on. 15 seconds is what it currently was. Can I set this to 600? No. So the mod that I have that increases sensor limits doesn't work for filter gates, in which case, we're just going to stack filter gates. Which is really cursed. But it'll work. And then I need an AND gate. So this will go into this side, and this will go into this side. At which point we then do like that. Cool. That'll be how that works. Let me shift and disconnect from here. So we need to have a backup of hydrogen, or sorry, natural gas, and we need to have been running these things for longer than one cycle for us to consider using the thing. Which right now, I need to change these automations. So filter gate, set all three of these to 200 seconds. Which, yeah, they're gonna wanna use them now. Because it was already set to positive. May also add in, like, an additional one in there. Yeah, so now we're not in need of it. So now if we need it for an entire cycle, it will then kick on. that's going to be how that works. Which we probably will be needing it because our geothermal is currently a little power limited. Yeah, we're down to like 120 degree steam in here. I think because... Yeah, so this is how this works now. So if we need this for a full cycle, it will turn on power control station. Did any of these actually get an NG's tune-up? We have a microchip available. I don't know if the power control station itself needs to be enabled for the microchip to get applied. Anyways. We're down to 50 degrees Celsius water in here now. Now doing a little bit better on water. I'm probably going to tell our system to stop stealing water from food is decayed. We'll find out what that is. There's an autosave. Bristleberry, yeah. Because we're not eating that. We're just eating barbecue most of the time. It's now 2300. I think we can call it there for tonight. Hopefully there should be no other house fires needing putting out. Currently at a little bit of a gas deficit, but it's probably just because, I mean, our gas geysers are, that gas geyser is emitting. This one's dormant though. For another 12 cycles. So that might be partially why. And again, we might also be running off of our nat gas because our volcano is dormant for 24 cycles. That's not bad. So yeah, I think we're going to save things here. I think, I might start a new colony tomorrow, honestly. Because I don't know if I'm going to be ready for game dev tomorrow either. I have not been doing good lately, but... Flip over to my chatting seat. Thank you for the pat, EXO. Yeah, let me click the stop raids button. Thanks for plugs, Yami. Anime caught.
Head pats incoming.
Head pat. And... Thank you, Head Pat. I do need to start wrapping this up a little quickly just because it is late and I don't know who else is on at the moment. Yeah, which Morgie was that? That's a good Morgie. Mug Morgie. Eating the mug. Let me see directory, but there's probably not going to be a whole lot of people online for us to raid right now because it is super late. Nice, I'll give more key as well. Oh, that's right. This is a high to low list. Let's see here. Wait, Doohoo? Is Doohoo on? Oh, yeah. Huh. Oh, software and game dev Doohoo. Heck yeah. Totally drop in on Doohoo then. Yeah, sounds good. Alright, let me try and wrap things up a little quickly. Y'all know the drill by now. I have the links over there. Sacred Protocol, I am K-Ton. I'm a hobby scan developer / VTuber. So there's supposed to be game dev stuff going on in this channel, but I'm going through it right now, and that's kind of just a part of summer, I think. Once we're coming out of the hottest days of the entire world, of the entire history of humanity, hopefully, when we come out of that, I can actually get some fucking work done. And I'll be hopefully less stressed because less garbage is going to be going on with personal life and stuff like that. So yeah, drop a follow if you haven't already. If you're already following, make sure to turn on the notifications. Turn on your notifications. We have a Stream XP system. You get bonus points in that for showing up more often. You also get bonus channel points. I have a bunch of scripted channel point redeems here. Information about that can be found in the Google document link that's been linked in Twitch chat. Don't forget to join the Discord server. I post when my streams go live. Also share progress me on projects off stream. Also do both of those things on Tumblr. Follow me there as well. If you wish to support me monetarily, best way to do so is tip me on the Ko-fi or become a member on there. It is basically like Patreon, but better. Link for that is also in chat. Also, the YouTube link is also in chat. Weekly schedule is Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday. So we'll have a stream tomorrow. Normally, Wednesdays and Thursdays are game development days, but I, again, have not been good this month, so we're kind of putting a pause on game dev until things get a little bit better. And so tomorrow we might be doing some more auction not included, potentially, and potentially starting a new colony, just because I kind of wanted to do a little bit more of a introducing certain people to the early game and what to do in the early game. Yeah, and then Saturday is going to be Minecraft, specifically the Catgirlcraft modded SMP with some friends, which I do need to kind of bother to see if he's going to be on this weekend. And Monday, hopefully, I can actually play some Deep Rock Galactic and not get frustrated and actually, you know, get some people on for that and not have scheduling conflicts and all of that. Or I may just switch things around and try and get some Friday DRG going on. I don't know. It's, you know, schedule's kind of in flux as it stands. I could, like, you know, do Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday next week maybe, where Friday is Deep Rock Galactic because of, I think Friday tends to work better with some of my friends' schedules, so that might end up being what I do. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday is like the old KT schedule now that I think about it. So it'll be interesting. Yeah, so that's it. Raid message and who to raid. I feel like there's definitely a raid message I want to create just based off of all of the fires being set in the colony. But I think I'm my brain is starting to not be creative anymore, so I think we're just gonna do defaults. Oops, I fucked that up. Just gonna do defaults for now. Get that in there, and yeah, we're gonna redo. You all know the drill with the emotes. You can channel points. Do underscore. Let's go to his channel. Mute tab. Alright. With that being said, ladies, gentlemen, and everything in between, thank you very much for tuning into my stream. Hope to see you guys next time that I'm on. Until then, this is Katon, over and out.